I just gave myself memory and likes, 512. Does anybody know what I do on this channel? It's a little awkward. It's not fancy. There's no bright lights other than these neon lights. My setup has taken me 20 years to achieve and arrive where I am. So every morning when I get up, I have to look into my checklist or my chiclets. I'm just fooling around right now. How's everybody doing? Anybody see that 9229 going on yesterday? Does anybody know what I do? Does anybody remember what I have said if you have been here before? I sometimes speak very fast. I sometimes don't explain myself. I lose myself in the middle of explaining, okay? That you're like at the edge of your seat and I'm explaining it and I forget. That's me. You need to know my credibility. You need to understand, what is this robot over here on this channel? Who is this element? Who have they put before us? Why are they letting this gentleman out? Well, who said the gentleman? I'm not so gentle. And how much of the an and the man am I? Am I the an and the animal that when the day one became on Genesis, day 6? Day 6 was day 1. It's just like the dice cube. See, on day 1 ended on day 6. And then day 7, it came to rest. But if you take a look at that center, right? Look at the center. It ain't there, but it rests in the center at the heart of creation all the time. Day resting within your creation in 9 and 110, bringing the spirit within the soul, bringing the spirit within the soul in the doghouse, the communication of the Father with the mother by the breath of the child, number 7997, 19, coming from beyond the moons that you think that you see in the sky, saying, look, the Earth moon, but no, it is the Mars moons. Earth has 2 moons, and they're sort of not spoken about very often, and they reside with Mars. Phobos and Demas. Many of us have phobias and demons traveling through our own minds, in one ear, but not always out the other. You know, I was sitting and contemplating before, and I was wondering, because the G and the I, just give me a minute, the G and the I, the 7 and the 9, they work together. They're very special together, right? The 8 is like the in-between, and the 8 that's in between is the heavens of the sun. The 9 is the birth of the moon, right? It's a 57 birth, 3 by 19, not an earth birth, which is a 54, EARTH with B in front of it, being the birth for earth. It's the moon birth. You ever think it's, all my life I got this trouble, 13 or the letter B? What is it going to be? You know the 5 and 2, 6 and 9 thing? Just give me a minute. You know, the thing is, you don't want to be ugly. You don't want to be disgusting. You need to be who you are, because they're going to see you somewhere now and then for who you are. Now, can you say exactly who you are and give all your deepest, darkest secrets? That's sort of impossible, right? Or actually recommended not, right? As long as we all understand the basis that we're all out here for the same element on my channel. For me, this is for me. Remember, when I started here, I was talking to myself. No, I was writing in a book. No, I was thinking. No, I don't even know what I was thinking. There was just so much in there. But the minute I started to write and hear and listen, I had to shut my ears down and not see. I put the speakers on my head and I would start to talk. Right? And I would hear myself talk because the speakers were on my head. That was pretty weird, not even plugged in. So all that I have found over 20 years speaks to me, tells me these stories I share with you. I couldn't write it in a book. Who was going to read my book? So I decided to talk to myself online and to share it. Just maybe it's relevant to somebody else, right? So now I lost myself in the transition of the words I spoke. So yesterday was the 92nd day of the year. Yesterday, apparently, as I understand, there was a tax raise of 29%. What is that? I'm just going to put 29% in and see what it says. I don't know why it's not giving me what I just saw on the, let me see. What happened in the market yesterday? I need to show reference. Can't come here without no reference. Okay, where did it say this? Where did it say this? You know, I saw it one time this morning. I should have taken a screenshot. There was something about 29%. So I can't put my foot on it right now where it was. Something to do with 29%, some sharp average raise. Or, anyways, regardless, yesterday's day was an 11/11 day. Okay. It was also the, let me see, it was the 365 and 32 or 31. Yes, I think this is where we stand at 396. How do we bring yesterday into 396? February 29th last year, okay, all the way through March, 31 days, okay, equals to 396. When you begin, okay, on April 1st, it's 397, right? The 9 and the 7 come together. The child, the 9 months of the child, the 79 is the numeric value for the word mother. The only difference between mother, father, and brother is FA for father, MO for mother, and BRO for brother. They all end in THER. '28 and 23, 51. We already know that residing inside the bookends of 51 is 432. Is that the earth healing vibration? So we would get that from the mother, the father, and the brother. And what's ironic about this, and yeah, I switch off subjects. If I had a panel if I put up a panel, a piece of wood to hold my head straight for others to remember. So I look into the filing cabinet for when I left off, when I began to explain something that I didn't completely explain, and you're scratching your head, was this guy saying anything? Because he makes no sense. He never finishes anything, but yet I have reference for everything. So I like to stay on track because I see it. Unless I see it and I'm delusional and I don't see it and I'm only seeing it myself and everybody else sees something else. I hope not I'm in that position. I hope I'm not in that position. Please, I hope I'm not in that position. Like they say, get him a tinfoil hat. Yeah, one of the things about a G and I, and I'm gonna continuously go on number 29, G and I, cycle of the moon, is the seventh letter is okay. The 7, 8, and 9. Let's start at the beginning where I started to learn it. The 7, 8, and 9. The 7, 8, and 9. The 7, 8, and 9. Do you see that's pretty freaky, eh? Check it out. Check it out. Watch. Hold on a second. Where's my? Is it this? Yes. Watch my. Let me see this. Watch my lips. My lips will be moving still now. But on the phone, it seems to do it after. Look at this. It's not at the same time. No, it's not at the same time because I have a chance to look on both screens. Anyways, yes, it's over here. Here's the 7. Here's the 9. It just seems that simple, right? Does it seem that simple? At the same time, I have to see something. I have to go into my pictures for a second. Oh, fantastic. It opened up here. I'm so happy. Coming on by to... Oh. Yeah, I hear you. I'm just hoping I have this in the background. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to see if I have it here. Please be here somewhere. Please. I'm not sure where it is. Now I'm almost going to forget. I hope I don't forget what I'm talking about. Yeah, I also want to talk about 3, 6, and 9. You know, a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I got so much stuff here. Oh my God, how can I not find this? Let me make it smaller. How can I make these smaller? Okay, this is easier. I can follow this. Okay, I don't have it here, so I'll just explain it right now. God, I have to get it. I have to get this. Hold on a second. Wow. Okay, let me look at it here. Well, maybe it's here. Hold on a second. Note to self. I send myself a lot of notes. Okay, yes, I got it here. So that means I have it here. Not here, not here. Come on down. Whoop, oh. Let me make this screen bigger. Okay, so yes. Let me see. Okay, so cardinal is 7, mutable is 9. Okay, cardinal mutable. Right. It's like a magic rabbit. I don't know if this is a rabbit or a cat. Right? They even have the same back legs. The only difference between the rabbit and the cat is when they're running in the snow, right? And the cat sits down, right? The cat sits almost like the rabbit. It's got its 2 front paws and the 11 in the back, and then the rabbit makes a dot with the tail, but the cat tail will be like a little extension on the tail. You'll see a long line and a little hole. It'll almost look like the eye, because this is our communication over here. I got my ears on, but you can't call it a 10-4 cat, can you? Right? Because this is the gateway. It's a 10-4 rabbit. 10-4 communication, got my ears on for the citizen code, right? Code of the angels, CI 39, the sky angels. So here is the 7. So we have in the 7, it's an air sign, right? We have in the 9 that it's a fire sign. We have over here that we're going to run Libra. We have over here, we're running Sagittarius. If I be running backwards, I'll run into Cancer for the birth, right? And if I be running backwards, I'll run into Virgo inside this situation. But 79 is for the mother. And if you take a look, they both have 4 letters. Pretty weird, eh? Pretty weird, 7, 8, and 9. So what's the difference of all of these? There's a lot of differences. First of all, in this area over here, okay, we're going to show all the cardinal signs, right? We're going to show all the cardinal signs. 1, 4, and 7, all cardinal. 2, 5, and 8, all fixed. 3, 6, and 9, all mutable. The thing is, in Jacob's ladder, or 11, 11, 11, which is the part of the cube, or 13, 31, or the cycle of 13, 31, why don't I just go ahead now, right, and use only 1 and 3? 1 and 3, 1 minus 3 is 2. 1 minus 6 is 5. 1 minus 9 is 8. 4 minus 3, 2 minus, right, 1, did I do this? Yes. And now when I go to this one over here, see 1 and 3, now I go 4 and 6, right? I did 3 and 1, now I do 4 and 6. Now 4 minus 3 plus 3, okay. When I go back to number 3, 1 plus 3, 1 minus 3, 2, the 4, I'm just trying to see where I was with this. 1 minus 3, 1 minus 6, 1 minus 8. Just trying to see. 1 minus 9 is 8. Okay, so if I go 4 minus 3, it becomes 1. 4 plus 3 becomes 7. So do you see what's happening? When I minus only on the one configuration, when I add it, right, 1 and 3 becomes 4, 1 and 6 becomes 7, 1 and 9 becomes 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. When I minus it, it goes all to the center. So you can see the differences between the two, the plus and the minus. Now, when you bring these together, 1 and 2 equals 3, 1 and 5 equals 6, 1 and 8 equals to 9. 4 and 2 equals to 6, 4 and 5 equals to 9, 4 and 8 equals to 12, 1 and 2 equals to 3. 7 and 2 equals to 9, 7 and 5 equals to 12, 1 and 2 equals to 3. 7 and 8 is 15, 1 and 5 is 6. The Sophio, the hertz, right, is 741, 285. Those are our healing hertz. There is no 369 inside of it. So do you understand the way this works over here? It's all designated areas, and it's playing a role, okay, up in the sky, in the zodiac. Now, the thing is, should I call it outer space? Should I say up in the sky? Should I just say in an area space? Because we really don't understand where the sky is. Do you know what I'm saying? Because at one time or another, with every vision, or the two basic visions of this planet is it's a ball and it's flat, okay? Or it's a globe and it's flat. So there's a bunch of other terminology. So I also have to expand my mind to understand these as well. Also to note that these go in complete rotation. Threes move everything in rotation of their own reality, okay? When you go up and down, what is this, horizontal, vertical? It's all by threes. When you go from top left to bottom right, it's all by fours, right? 2 over to 6 is 4. 5 over to 9 is 4. 4 over to 8 is 4. If I go the other way, 2 over to 4 is 6. 7 over to 5. Sorry, 2 over to 4 is 2. 7 over to 5 is 2. But when we're moving, see the way it goes? And moving this way gives the beehive effect. It gives the beehive effect, right? And if you notice these numbers over here, if I encompass each one of these numbers, they're going to be rectangular. I'm not going to take 1 over to here and 2. Right? I'm going to put my 1 here. If I had to square in my 1, you're going to see a rectangular brick here, a rectangular brick here, and a rectangular brick here. This ain't going to look the same as square as it does now. Not this one over here. Maybe this one over here. But these two are different, a little different. You see the way this one is, you see who occupies this area space shared in between the two. You notice the way the 1, 2, 3 goes one way, the 1, 2, 3 goes the other way. Starts at 1, 2, 3. 1 goes up, 4, 5, 6. 1 goes down, 4, 5, 6. unless you're looking at it this way and I'm looking at something like this. So back to 7 and 9. When you add the, hold on a second. When you add, where am I going with this? Yes, when you add these over here, okay, to the 7, this one over here is going to equal to 70. This equals to 98. 70, 7 plus 0 is 7. 9 and 8 is 17. 1 plus 7 equals to 8. 7 and 8. That is a gateway. 7 and 8 is also the queen and the king. I use that in reference to the number of eyes they possess in the deck of cards. Yes, today is the 93rd day of the year. 93rd day of the year. 39 angels, 93 Saturn, showing you the cycle of 31, 31, 31, reverse 13, 13, 13. So this whole week is a whole bunch of numbers that show up between 91 and 98. And in fact, I don't even want to do it that way. From the 85th day, which was from the 85th day, look at that, March 24th, the third month, the 24th day. Now we run this over to the fourth month, the 23rd day. This is the reverse alphabet of C and D. It runs from March to April. When I said we should probably celebrate our Valentine's starting somewhere right in March, like near March 14th, it was actually March 24th when we reached the gateway. Our 324 over to our 423. I'm assuming that this is our spirit coming in within us, right? So if you're talking about the New Year's, right, when it began, when it ran through the portal, when it came to the other side, these are the numbers that show up. 3 and 24 is 27. 4 and 23 is 27. 27 is for the house, right? 2 and 9 is for the birth. 9 birth into the house of bait 2. I use B and D for this house, the bed we lay. The E world for the E dividing up, okay, between the B. The B this way, top left to bottom right, and the B this way, top right to bottom left, or from right to left and left to right. The Hebrews follow the moon, and that's the way they do things, okay? How I picked up on it, right? Oh, we got people already commenting. Oh my God, people are commenting this early in the morning. Who in their right mind gets up to listen to me? I was supposed to be alone today, all alone. What happened? I can't even get my own. I mean, came here, fell asleep. That's the end. Goodbye. No more communication, right? What happened to that cat? Where's the happy cat? Hello, cat. Hello, cat. Wake up. I guess not. Okay. So let me get to the comments here for a second, because it's not fair if I miss it. Let me go back until we began. We're letting more viewers know. Bonnie Ellis, blah, blah, blah. Join. Encourage your viewers. Join. It must be okay. I joined. You see the world in numbers. Well, Kay, if you're still here, I basically, it's not how, I'm not sure if I want to see the world that way, or maybe your perception is how I see it that way. And if you do, then I do, because each, I have a song for that. Everyone is going to give me their own name. Everybody's going to call me something. Everybody is going to rate me, judge me, tear me apart. That's good. That's absolutely good. That means you have your own perception. That's fantastic. I love it. Okay. So you see in color, that's also good. So yeah, it's, you know what it is? I made my mind to go out and look at that. There must be something more to this. That's how it all started. I just started looking at street signs. It started with holding my steering wheel. Felt like my steering wheel was like that big and I couldn't even grip it. I didn't even feel it in my hand anymore. So I was like a little scared to drive, and communication was large at that time. It was like the high times. And and then when they legalized everything, right, that was the worst thing for me, because then I felt like I was in communication all the time. Just because they legalized it, they took away that borderline of freedom, Now they can look for it all the time. I don't know why I'm mentioning it. And I'm thinking of cybacillion when you say I see in colors. So your webbing is different than mine. I'm seen in bridges. That's why I crossed my bridge probably through the realm of the teacher. The teacher is T and H, and the doorway of the D, okay, the teacher is T and H. The H is made up of a double D or four twos. 4 times 2 is 8. 4 times 2 is 8. 4 and 4 is 8. But 4 times 5 is 20. And 2 times 10 is 20. So what am I doing here? Well, when we get to number 4, right, the first one is the gold. The silver and the bronze, they go up together over here. Right? This is these 3, silver, bronze, and gold. Then the fourth one, is it this one or this one? Which one is the fourth one? I don't know, but whatever it is, it's runner-up, right? Or let's not put this pinky as runner-up. Let's say this is the plug-in, because this one is needed to hold the other side of the broomstick, right? If you're holding a broomstick, you can hold it like this, but this is the stopper, no? If you put your hand up like this, right? Or if you put your hand up like this in the middle of the road to a car, it's going to stop. But I thought it was an octagon. How does 5 fingers create an octagon? Does that mean my palm has a value of something? Maybe 3? So what I did is, I don't know, 20 years ago, started having visions and dreams, tons and tons of dreams. It's like I couldn't. I can sleep, but I just felt so good just writing it down. I was harmonizing in it. At first, I was scared. If I would have had all these people on the internet to help me find myself, thank God for the internet. Without the internet, and not the search engines, because I couldn't find anything through the search engines, nothing at all. The search engine said whatever the people told me on the internet, right? Well, they were always right, and the search engines seemed always to be wrong. So that's when I noticed that the fake news came out of the search engine, and that was between the year 2005 and 2010, right? And eventually, by 2015, I was clean. I finally took my first shower without taking any of their delivery service from the farm. The farm service, farms have delivery service now, and they even bring your animals in little packages. Yeah, every farm is like a little package to heal you. Here's your remedy. Okay, I have to look at that again. Anybody ever think of the word remedy? Yes, we're going to get back to the number 29 again and day 92. REM, ED. REM sleep, ED, ED, the DI. I'm just trying to think the remedy. We were talking about the letter DT. We were talking about DT. And you know that also some expressions when we say certain words. Did you write the letter today? And the child is listening. He's just, you'd say to your child, can you write that out for me? And the child writes letter out, LEDDER. Is it letter or letter? Is it ladder or latter? So you can see how it's so complicated. Is it 13 or is it the letter B? Is it the R or is it 12? It's funny that you say the delay time, because it's really not a delay time, because this is just a reflection off of what's going on. Oh yes, my delay time into the camera, back to me, over to the reflection in my phone, or am I actually looking at my reflection? Because my reflection should be happening. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Whoop. So what is this matrix of time keeps coming in? So what is this going to do to my work? I'd like to know how this AI that keeps coming up, I don't think it's a person anymore, but there's an AI that's up on my thing. It says matrix of time. So it's analyzing every few minutes when I speak, it's analyzing what I'm saying. My grandmother, Jerry, last day was the 91st April Fool's Day of the year. If it was in the afternoon, April Fool's is a tetrahedron. Just please remind me about that. The tetrahedron is April Fool's. We're going to talk about that. And can you tell me what oh yes, and it ends on Virgo. It ends on Virgo. Just hold on a second. I'm wrong. Give me a second. Perfect. Does anybody know Jiminy crickets, or is that Gemini crickets? Or how about Gemaxi? If you go Gemini, you got to go Gemaxi. What's Gemini and Gemaxi? Hold on a second. Gemini, you home? Gemaxi. Well, Mini and Maxi. It's a pad I used to hang out on, right? The Mini and the Maxi pad. Okay, so names are sold, numericals go in rhymes. SOS, soul, am, soul. Yes, that's a question. The U is missing. So I went over the U and I found why the U is missing in certain relationships. So that's one of the reasons I brought others on to share this with me, that I share it for absolutely nothing. I don't care. We all have to build this thing together. It's all of us, and that's it. Those who are here. Those who continue on, continue on. Those who pick up from everything we've done, we have to give it all away. Okay, hoping to get a little bit back just for the survival and some coffees, you know. But this is huge. For me, I didn't know and I didn't believe in a creator or a God when I first began. And now I 100% do. I 1,000% do. In fact, I believe more in the creator than the God, because the God is supposed to be a savior. I'm not sure if the God we have here is a savior or not yet. I haven't figured that thing out. But because it's all been left into the system and it's all being served back to us, and because we're playing Beavis and Butthead, okay? So I don't know if it's Beavis and Butthead, is that at the end of the show, they have to show the silliness of the show. So all the smartest people who played all these roles come back into the show, and they show how stupid they are, showing us that there is a master creator, a master builder of this house. It's way too perfect. Why didn't they just hide anything? Because if you hide a secret and you find it and it's something different, you begin to ask questions. And then they confuse us with fairness. Fairness is not 50-50. Fairness is close to 100% of something to be fair. It's not 50-50. It's divided 50-50, but it's not 50-50. Fair is not 50-50. If 50% of the people had the choice to do wrong and 50% of the people had the choice to do right, is that fair? Are you going to answer any of these questions? We want to know if you're answering. What? Are you answering any of these questions? Yes or no? Don't hide. Don't hide. Don't look at me. Look at the camera. That's right. Look at the camera. It's not just out about us, you know. Look at the camera. Are you looking at the camera? Do you know what my cat looks like, right? The cat looks like the cat is like out of it. Did you know that the numeric value for the cat is 420? The bridging of the minds. So let me get a little serious and let me catch up. I spoke about remedy. We speak about REM sleep. Inside the word backwards of REM is mer, which means oceans in French. When you combinate di at the end of the word, you can be talking about a sleeve. You can be talking about a part of one part of nine. They use the word in baseball, and it's called dimanche, okay, which means 10 innings. If I say Saturday and then Sunday, I'm going to continue with the joining of the DI to the ID in dimanche and samedi. DI for dimanche and DI to end Saturday. Samedi is Saturday in French. Dimanche is Sunday. But the word dix in French means 10. When you go to the 10th inning in baseball, you go le dixième manche. So you're saying the 10th inning. How can you say the 10th inning when Sunday is the 7th day? So there's a relationship, okay? There's a relationship from after the 9th inning into the 10th inning. So again, how 7 and 9 split apart from each other. We have the 7th inning stretch, right? This is I build this together by skeletons, by understanding where separation is, where it begins and where it separates, where it ends. And it's not ending at 9, it's ending at the end of the 9th. Right? When you total up all the innings 1 through 9, 1 and 9 equals to 10. You're adding up both teams. 1 and 9, the beginning and the end. One part of the moon, number 19. So we're going to get back to this number over here. And it's now 933. This is number 70. This is number 98. They removed on the ATM, they took off the Z on the ATM, and they took off the Q. They reverted, okay, this value over here from 70 down to 53. Electric company. They put it down to 53. The new value of 7 is 8. They put this one, okay, down to 7, from 98 to 72. X, Y, Z is 72. This one is 72. This one is 53. Check that out. 72, 7 times 2, 7 plus 2 equals 14 and 9, 23. 5 times 3, 5 plus 3 equals 15 and 8, 23. They're now equality at 5 and 5. What they did is they removed joining up the constellations of 88, connecting it through the moon. This is basically standards and poor. This is bringing it from one side to the other side of the equator. The equator runs between numbers 18 and 19. Why? 180 degrees and 180 degrees from both sides equals 360. But because I cross onto the other side of the equator, okay, I become 190. But I'm as easy 180 as I am 190. 2 and 6 is 8. 2 and 6, 1 and 7 is 8. They moved over the Q and the Z. The Z plays from inside the game. Q is completion. Why? There is no 1-7 on a cube. On a cube. Here's your cube. There is no 1-7 on a cube. There is no 1-7 on a cube. 88, 20 and 15. The game of darts, the game of pool. We're going to continue on talking about 29. This will be darts. And this will be the game of pool. I want to see what's happening with we're one person, we're two people. Things don't make any sense. Why are people leaving so fast? We're just two people. Why are people leaving so fast? Cynthia, what's going on? Why are people leaving so fast? What's going on the channel? I mean, I see a lot of people speaking, but it doesn't show that. It shows one person here. Oh, now it shows 3. It's just really weird. I have to cover that. I don't like to look at it. I was saying that's not true for when you say noon wants to hear you early in the morning. Oh, okay. Sorry, Saint. I was just joking about that. You know, it was just can I say a parable to something else? Yes, mainframe. Yes, man, animal in the E world. We cannot forget the E world. In here in French, the E is added on in French for female. Okay, we might have communication through the father, but we live in the womb of creation, in mother's nature. right? Why is it not father? Because if the father was able to create from it, it must be the mother it created from. How can you create from yourself? Because you are part of the mother being the father, because you are the reception and the receiver. You can't deny the truth based on being exact. It's like looking at you and say, you don't look good. But forget about all that. Your heart is beating. Let's start with the easy parts. Your heart beats. Your mind's okay. You stop at the red light. You go through the green light. You check both sides of the road. You look at the animals. You try and understand them. We're born from them. They're different from us, right? We have to look at them because we come from where they are, and we've picked up something they haven't. We have been given an interference breaker system where we get to choose on our own. Well, there's our pure instincts and won't do anything for nothing. They won't begin a war for nothing. Do animals begin a war for nothing? And guess what? Even when I'm right and I'm wrong, it's all good all the same. Why is it all good all the same? Because once you learn the difference and you know, that's all you need to know. Wow, I only have 344 likes. Oh, I gotta like myself. No, I don't. Oh, yes. No, it's not that I have to like myself. I'm sending me hearts because I love myself. I don't love myself because everything I do. I'm not a saint. I will tell you one thing. I am definitely not a saint. I don't like certain things that I've done in my life. I've accepted them. They let go. And things that I'm still doing in my life, right? People are confused about my life, and I stay silent because of this. I've been taught by my cat to do this. Does that mean pat me? You got something in your nose? I think you have something in your nose. Hey, you have something in your nose. Give me a minute. Hey. This is not going to be a big fight this morning, is it? You got something in your nose. Let me take it out. It's in your nose. No, it's in your ear. Let me get to your ear. No, it's your ear is there. That's not your ear. Here's your ear. Can I get it out of your ear? Hold on. It's in your ear. It's in your ear. There it is. Got it. Ow! Oh, looking yourself in the mirror. How do you think you look? Hey, how do you look? Looking good? No? Oh yeah, yeah. Just clean it up a little bit. Oh yeah, get it off. Oh my God, he touched me. Oh my God, he touched me. Did you touch me? Oh my God, get it off. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my, just so terrible. Hey, we have to get that off. Oh yeah, maybe you need a shave or something. Maybe we can give her a big shave or something. Oh no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not. Okay, let me turn this around. Oh my God, she's leaving. Are you mad at me? Are you mad at me? First I wanted her here, then I wanted her to leave, and now she's sitting there like thinking, listening to me. Look, she's just sitting there. Are you listening to me? Yeah, you can see my card, not a real card. See the screw in it. Okay, do you want to come back? Are you going to turn around? We're sorry. We're really, really sorry. I know what that means. I know what that means. Are you coming back here? I mean, what is it? What are you doing? You're just tricking me, eh? I know you. You're tricking me. You tricking me? What are you doing? You're tricking me. No way. We want to watch your face. Yes, we know. We know it's all about numbers. The cat is number 24. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, create 8 and 6. Right? Create 8 and 6. The thing about 8 and 6, see, the thing about 8 and 6, they're on each side of the cube, right? And then, right, we're going to give you 4 and 2, 5 and 3, 8 and 6. And then what we're going to do is we're going to show you 3 and 3, 4 and 4, 8 and 6, 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, 8 and 6. Now, 2 and 4 are very important because it's part of what I call the T range or the 8 range. Why number 8 is so special, or one of the pieces and parts that keep 8 so special, is the crisscrossing of this calculator is only by 2s and 4s. And when you crisscross this way, you're braiding, like braiding hair. And apparently the hairdressers say that you only braid with 3 because it said it online. You can do it with 4. 22 go, 44. Yes, yes, yes. Abraham go. And when you write the G-O there, take a good look at that, because there's I went shopping and I saw that on something that G-O was there. I forget what it was for, right? So everything is found somewhere. We write it all down and we see what categories they come into. And I'm trying to look at everything on the professional side categories. There's amateur and professional, right? Because when you start off baseball, imagine if professional baseball was like this. We don't really have the pitcher. We just have a T-ball, because the beginning of my work was a T-ball. And I just... Yeah, so it was right there, right? See that T-ball? And I even see the fish, like the head of the fish. You can take off the head of the fish. See the way it looks like the T-ball, right? And then I put Jake, like Jacob's Ladder. I had no idea at that time what it was about, right? Catching number 6 at the top. And then if you take a look, right? Where's my finger? Where's the camera? Wait a second. I lost it. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. So if you take a look over here, there's a hexagon. I didn't know at the time that I was doing that. I had no idea. You know, look, take out the candlelight. Here's your eWorld TV. Now, this is, don't forget, this is done like 12 years ago. Signal testing system, that's Sigma within inside of us. We're alive, but it's inside of us, right? Sigma, signal testing system. When you have 919 IS at the beginning, right? 9 and 19, that's the moon testing system. So the moon testing system, we are in the year 60s from the 60s. 60 from the 60s. Oh, and when you said the ladder, my question would be like this. Oh, right, the GO train is in Toronto. Maybe that's what it was. Okay, maybe it's the GO train in Toronto. I don't know how somebody just wrote something and I got that. And remember, Aleph, okay, the letter should be this way, and then the Aleph should be that way. But when you look at the Aleph letter and the squiggly lead that's on it, when there's a squiggly leg, you're looking at dimension, right? And a squiggly leg is a lifeline. So right away, the Aleph is showing Trinity within it. Otherwise, you don't write the Trinity leg. I need to see the design, because there's a couple of ways to write the Aleph, right? I'm going to show you a few ways to write. One of the ways to write the Aleph is this way. Another way is this way. Another way is that way. This way, of course, is wrong. What did I do here and what did I do here? Inside of this one, you can see there's an area space that I can draw another line. And I can equate it equally to one side or the other. Inside here, I cannot draw a line. I cannot draw a line here. When you run an area space between one area space, the only way to go down here is not to guess. You go from right to left or left to right. You come this way, you go this way, you come this way, you go this way. This is what I see when they're designing the fancy Aleph, they're doing that. Also, when Twitter changed its design, okay, to the double split leg, it showed me a gap, okay? The gap is not, just 1 second. One of the things about Mercury is 103. Mercury, the first planet. Am I going to use it for Mercury, the moon, the sun? I'm basing this on the planets right now. Mercury gets this. It's number 103, Mercury, 1 and 3. Remember that, because Isaac, okay, is 1331. 11 times 11 times 11, okay, is 1331. Why did I put 11 and 11 for Pluto? Why is it 1 times 1? Because the heart of Pluto is right here, resides in Mercury. Mercury is the heart of Pluto, our birth. It's a 33 Earth because it's a 3 by 3 area. Earth, numeric value 52, 5 and 2, 7. Mars, numeric value 51, 5 and 1, 6. Mars gets the 22 window. I only have one line. Earth, 5 and 2, the 2 dots, the 1 and the 2, the 1 moon and the 2 moons coming together. We get the retainer moons of Mars. Mars gets our retainer moon. Mars and Earth, the same corridor. Mars 22, Earth 33. That is our 55 freedom. 2 by 2, 3 by 3. And when you get the 2 by 2 and the 3 by 3, you end up with your 649. You're 49. 4 areas here, 9 areas here. Bring them together. We can do it this way. I can put one dot in expression that this dot is holy to everybody. This is where my protractor will come in the single dot here. I cannot run that dot at a window there, but I can put the dot here, 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 equaling that I can put 4 of these inside of this. Multidimensional. But the reason I'm saying that is because there's a 4 area here. There's also a 4 area here, and a 4 area here, and a 4 area here. They're all different. There are 4 of these inside one of these, overlapping the heart. And this is going to happen again in other designs, right? Communication with inside the house, right? So where was I with the rest of this? We were talking about number 79. We were talking about, yes, the 7 and the 9. So this total, why are the comic books so famous? Is it because DC and Mars, or Marvel, or let's marvel in it? Life? Let's marvel in life. It's marvelous. DC is the total of the Z and the cube movement. They moved it to the number 1. 3 and 4 is the same corridor. They run the same corridor. Therefore, DC 3443. Three, CO, 4-letter word using CO. I love it. I need to understand my CO, right? And I don't know if it's a cooperative operative. I don't know if they use it for that. But it equals to 18. Very important. Okay, CO. Maybe that's where we get our CO2 from, because this one's very important. It's number 18. Our one spirit in the heaven, our heart position, right? So here what we have is cold, right? 12 and 4. This is purple. You're purple in the face. Why? The 12 ball and the 4 ball in pool. And 4 and 3, again, the same corridor, ending the word. And the beginning of the word, 3 and 4. Again, another corridor, right? OL, reverse alphabet. So there's so many things that are going on with cold and red. The other thing about cold and red, look, 3 letters and 4 letters. So not only that, 3 and 15 is 18 and 12 is 30, 34, 34. Hot, H, look at that, T and H, the teacher within the O, with inside the worlds of Mars, right? Oh God, oh my God, right? T and O coming together, T and O right over here, where we got from this. So when we got hot, 8, O, 15, 8 and 15, 23 and 20, 43. Hot and cold, 43, 34, 77. Did you know that purple is 88? Now, the reason I mention this is because I'm going to take you over to the Jubilee Vatican doors, right? And it's going to say 8877 with on the doors. When they plug them in, I'm going to plug them in and show you. But when red and blue come together, that's where the purple comes in, right? The cold, the blue, the blue pill or the red pill is going to be, again, the Republican and Democratic Party can be shoved into there. So you see what happened when we moved over the, that's the other thing I wanted to mention, right? Look at the reduction in this. Did you know that this number here is the birth into the heavens by the seventh gate? This is pi. Pi begins 3.14159265. So this always reminds me of pi. And it's number 29 and 17. 29 and 17, 46. Tells me about the gateway. 4, 5, and 6, the Federation. So I know they're running it. That's where it sends me. The total of this, 125. May 5th, 5 times 5 times 5 is 125. 5 and 5 to the equality. 9 and 5 over here, 8 and 6. So what this one is, 9 and 5, they're the same corridor. Inside the E world we were born, right? This one over here and this 4 over here, I have to remember, beside 1441, between being the gateway, created by 65. I'm just trying to remember, try to figure out what it's actually saying. Sometimes I'm not right on with this. I know 72 would be the heavens, the house of birth. 9 times 8, 9 plus 8, 72 and 17, very strong when those two come together. When you can get 1 and 2 coming together, like in a 17 and 27, that's the lowest you can get, and they're both connected to 7. So no matter what, it's going to be the standard of your creation. Number 35 comes into that. 3 and 5 and 7 and 5. How are so, I need to be able to explain this. Just to begin with, 1 and 2, okay, needs to come together, okay, in order to create 3. 3 and 4 are your first gateway to 7. It's the air. Between 3 and 7, between 3 and 4, right? The 3 and the 4 equals to 7. The 3 and the 4 are in the same corridor. That 7, okay, is an air sign. So this entire cube is going to equate to an air sign. And how you become the air sign is boom. Oh my God, look at that. I'm on fire. But wait a second, the opposite of my fire, look at that. Virgo. Virgo is earth. Now, I look at number 2, I look at Taurus, I look at Earth, and I flip it around, okay? And what do I get over here? I get fire. And now I flip it again over here on the third one. And on the third one, I got air. And the fourth one, I got water. So what's going on between air and water? Now, if I reverse it and go backwards, right? If I go backwards, well, I can't go backwards. The opposite of 4 is 3, right? So how do I go backwards on this? Oh, yes. Backwards on this would give me voided area 5 in here. So being the voided area 5, I'll start with fire. And being the voided area 6, I will be the earth. So I'm trying to understand. That's something new I'm doing right now. Oh, pop art. Yes. Oh, Pop-Tart. Yes, yes. Let me see this. Oh, Pop-Tarts. Oh, That's a person's name. Okay, I just went back and saw. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Well, do you know that what's funny is that my Hebrew name is Velvel, you know? And hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see. Let's go over what we've got here. Let's go over what we got here. So yeah, there it is. You can make it level, right? I also have my other name as here's 5775. All right, very huge number. Male, female. It also creates this design over here. See the 33? See the 1, 1, 1, 1? If I put the two ones together, I get MM. See the M that goes on the outside, right? If it was a W, right? If it was a W, it wouldn't run the same way, right? The W doesn't run the same way. Forget about this one. I should just remove that one. I don't remember why I had that one. Maybe part of an expression, because over here I connected them all together. But maybe I just should have put them close because the electric transfers over. I don't know. Right? I don't know if is there a thing going on here? 3. I don't know what I did here. I can't remember. I don't like it anyways. I think I'm going to change it. And it's been a long time. Here's my mother, father. I separated this one. This is not really art. This is not art. What this is this here started out like this. 1, 2, 3 rows. So you can see that, right? See the top. Actually, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, the difference between 3 and 4 is I needed to bring these two areas had to be identical. Now, the thing about this, if you notice, there's a small gap over here. There's a small gap here and a small gap here. This is in between the numbers over here. This is on the numbers. This is between the numbers. So when you look at these pieces here, it looks like almost a father and a mother. You can see the way I needed to join this side and this side. There are 12 strands here, fixed, mutable, fixed, and cardinal signs, 3 different rows, 3, 6, 9. 258, 147. The 147 is the directive. The completely left side is going to be average 35, 3 and 5 is 8. The center row is going to be 37. Gemini and Libra take on the center of the sheep. And then 3, 6, and 9 over here. 147, 258, 3, 6, and 9. These cubes are all where the heart is of the 36 numbers that run up. So we have 3, 6, 3, 6, 9, 12. So we have 12 across and 12 up. So this will be the square of the numbers. 144 will create its square. This is where it begins to repeat. And remember, you have to end and begin the same way. So when we count our alphabet A through Z, right, either we must begin with AB. That means we don't have to use the YZ at the end, because you must begin with 2. Can't go anywhere just by yourself, right? Yeah, so that's the main part. The heart over here, I like to call it the heart of the orangutan. Okay, the value over here is 111. If you notice, we have the X, the Y, the X, and the Y. So this is, you can see it's complete. It's duplicated itself. It shows its rhythm. It shows it starts over here and the rhythm actually starts here. So where does it start to duplicate itself? 19, 20, and 21. The thing is, at 19, 20, 21, when it's duplicating itself, okay, it's also in the heart of the cube, sharing the above with the below. And it'll start doing that over here on number 37, 38, and 39, where the angels come in. But that part here, either it goes to this Y over here, and then instead of being on this side here, we now invert to this side here, almost like all of these keep coming down and changing. The difference between this and this and this, it all comes out from this. It's what I call, let's call it the Fox connection, right? And the reason I call it the Fox connection is my short arms okay, for the letter F that I have. I can't use the letter E. I don't want the bottom section out. Or just call it the oxen connection, right? Or oxy, O-X-Y. Or just call it the connection, whatever. I don't know why I'm doing that. So anyways, yeah, this one over here, what it does is you connect 4 dots on this one over here, okay? If you connect 4 dots, you have a single box. You have a single box. You have a single box. I like to call this the Earth design, right? Here you can split it right down the center, right? Here, my center has to be split here. Here's where the center is here. So it's not tout à fait le même dessin. You know what I'm saying? I created, but it's the same thing. It's the same. One is one. The empty space is 2, 3. And then I went 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. The difference between this one and this one is that I'm now touching these two, and here I had an empty space. So I didn't complete this yet. I left it as the skeleton. So I don't know what's going to go on. I like to call this the candy wrapper DNA. And this is row number 2. In row number 2, you see there's 2 red, 2 black, 2 red. So it seems like the candy wrapper DNA is connecting my reds to my blacks to my reds at the bottom. Then over here is where your birth comes in. Look at that big window over here, 880 or 88 and 0. Your 99 comes here. Sorry, the 12th number comes here. The 15th comes together over here. And then the 18th comes over here, right? 808, 88, 88, 88. This will be the heart, the same thing as that over there. Same thing as that. This one over here, what I did is instead of, and I didn't complete it because I'm not really sure which way to go. Should I use it all to its individual, meaning that because I have this X, should I use 9 dots or an area of 9 dots for this? Should I make full connections or should I make separation? So I just made just a certain piece just to give myself an understanding. So over here, I use just to do it with the X's. And then what this one is over here is I have to calculate what numbers that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so 9 and 12 are over here, and 9 and 12 will be over here. That's your birthday. And then over here is the reflection of over here. Do you understand? There's reflection. I'm going to do it a little bit easier. I know it's confusing. Which one do I want to use? Okay, do you see this area here? And this area here? Here is 28 and 29. Over here, okay, it's 13 and 10. Here's your 28 and 29 here. Remember I said we get crowned, electric company, waterworks, okay, are 13 and 29, right? That's here and here. They're both in the same area. I mentioned 29 is part of the birth, part of the transition of electric company and waterworks. Well, it's exactly the same here as it is here. And you can also see, you see this here? You can see it's almost like a ship. I'm not sure if you can get their angle properly to make it look like there's dimension in it. Is this where the dimension comes out? And then over here, it looks like a ring. And I don't do that on purpose. What happens over here, okay, if you can take a look, the straight line here, this number over here is 31. And then this number over here is, hold on, is it 31, 31, 34? 28. And then over here is 29, 28, 29, cross over here. And then over here, 10, 11, cross over here. So 28, 2 and 8 is 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. And they're both black. All the yellow are black, all the reds are red. So I exchanged because the floor is black. You know what I'm saying? This whole floor has something in common. This one over here is this one over here, okay, is Capricorn is missing. We only have Sagittarius and Leo in here. But our birth is based on E-I-E-I-O. The 10th part, I believe, is our breath coming together inside the house of bait. We already associate ourselves being the receptor and being inside the house. 2, 4. I don't know why I did that. I don't even know what I did here. I'm going to have to look at this again. There's got to be a reason for it. 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4. Why did I? Oh, yes. I took all the centers, 2, 5, and 8. And because I'm joining 1 and 3 together, I decided not to mark them in. But why did I do this like this? Because this over here is the same thing as this over here. I'm going to explain that to you. That's electric company and waterworks. This is binary code. 1, 2, 4, 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. This is your IQ, another brick on the wall. See the I? You see also the number 2 or the bet. So you can see the H and the I. And the H and the I is 9 and 8 equals to 17. The 17th letter is Q. My favorite one is this one here. Today's the 93rd day of the year, right? But from February 29th, from March 1st, 31 days and 3. So it's day 34 again, another passage. And also when I count days, I like to count it like this. I want to do 1 month, then I do individual months, then I do 2 months. Right? Because 2 divided by 6, 2 times 6 is 12. Then I do 3 months. 3 by 4 is 12. Then I do 4-month cycles. 4 by 3 is 12. I don't run 5-month cycles, right? But you can also run a 5-month cycle and a 6-month cycle, understanding that it has to end on 5 with this cube. Why it has to end on 5? The last month we're going to add on separately. Because when I plug this in, we get to see one side, there's 4 around, and then everything plugs into this. So when I start to calculate, like, what day are we? Well, we're the 93rd day of the year. But starting February 1st, right, we are the 62nd day of the year. That's going to represent the Queen. And starting from March, we are the 34th day of the year. Is that what I just said? 34, yes. So 62 is 8, 34 is 7. And I'm just trying to go through the numbers to see what algorithm is there. I'm not always, I'm learning as I do this. So let me see, Naval Superheroes, Pop Arts High, welcome Pop Arts Cosmic. Whoa, that just flew by me. Let me go through this. Yes, so you're talking about like cubes, like for cube 17, right? And it's funny that the cube Q17 has 26 area spaces and the total cube has 27 documented area spaces. If you were going to go and build this cube, you need 27 qubits, which means 27 area spaces. The thing about this cube, which is ironic for me, is it's 18, listen to this, it's 18 to the inside, 8 to the outside, and 1 at the heart. Think about it, Rubik's Cube. Now I'm going to look through this. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Maybe I'll put on a song. I didn't write any songs today. So, because black and white, can we look at as dark and light as black and white? So, and then I'm getting clarity because I'm seeing through the area space. Or am I seeing through the area space? Right? Hello, Big Blurry. How you doing? Pop Art, Cynthia. Yeah, and I've got a lot of magic squares also to go through. Right? I got a lot of... Okay, let me just see this over here. Just give me a second. We're going on break for about 2 minutes. I still like to keep my chart up. Anybody in for the Wizard of Oz? Power of Christ? Matter? The 88 of the constellations? Upper rung. Did you rung me? 6 and 16. Do you remember what I said about 6 and 16? Or anything. There's just so much going on. And all this information that I'm sharing with you is my deduction and algorithm through what has already been done. So wherever I get my information from, the only thing that I can do is make a mistake on a calculation or misrepresent something by not explaining it properly. So that's why I like when you come in and ask me that. If you don't understand, I can explain it, right? I don't care if it's Einstein. I don't care if it's the oldest book ever written. I don't care. I don't care if it's right or wrong. It makes no difference. As long as you use the alphabet or give me some numbers, I will tell you a story, right? From what it tells me. And you can say, anybody can do it. Yes, it's that simple. Anybody can do it. But right now I'm here. I'm doing it. That's what I'm doing. It's pretty simple. Could be stupid. What's stupid? What are we looking for? 319. I solved Einstein's equation. What is that equation? Let me see this. Yeah, so yeah, you can pop up. Can you give me like 3 minutes? I'm going to play this song. I'm going for my water in the kitchen. I left the top open and the hot air got out. So much for hot air, right? We all know that the kitty cat is still here, right? You're going to take care of everybody while I'm on break for 2 minutes? You're looking around? Communication, angle of transition, the teacher, TH. I don't know if anybody knows about that, so just give me a minute. And I still wanted to go through this. Some stuff I go here, and I need to do some of the stuff I do on here also is I go over some of my own paperwork. It might look boring, but if I don't go over and classify this and throw this in my box, right, then it's going to sit in my head and occupy area space that I can use to learn new stuff. So yeah, give me a minute. Here is here. Put this here. The cat is occupying all my area space. Move this here, this over here. Take this block here. Just 1 second. Oh, I don't even have the music on, eh? That was, the cat just shook the leg and okay, so I'm just trying to, okay, this. I don't like to look at any of the commercials that pop up while I'm preparing, you know? Okay, so now I have this, and whoop. Are you sitting on my, oh no, here it is. My phone tray. This is, and I want to thank everybody from all the funds I've earned over 20 years. I had the capacity for a friend of mine to pass me this free cube, and I was at the dollar store and I got all this stuff so I can build the support for my phone. And now the question is, where's my phone? Here it is. Found it today. Wasn't as hard as yesterday when it was sitting, my phone was sitting right here. I was going, where's my phone? 20 minutes I'm looking. My phone is like right there. Okay, so let me just put this here. I'm going to see how far I can put this there like that.
blending your thoughts into a rhythmic and lyrical form. What do I want to know? Tick tock, the clock never stops. Telling me to send hearts, telling me to drop, telling me to share, telling me to sign. Every word checked like the tame in my mind. Was it like this 80 years ago? New words, new rules, what do we really know? History whispers, but does it repeat? Or are we just numbers marching to the beat? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? 3 by 3 time turns in its dance. The zodiac shifts, is it fate or just chance? The chicken lays eggs, the cycle repeats. Numbers and patterns beneath all our feet. Am I old or just wide awake? Are my thoughts too deep or is this all fake? I've heard stories, I've seen the signs, but tell me, have you opened your mind? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? Hi, I'm Mr. Tapaz, here to explore anomalies, questions, and so much more. So tell me now what's on your mind. Let's write the song of the undefined. Now, for the visual representation, I'll generate an image reflecting these themes, questions, anomalies, time, control, and cycles. Stay tuned. What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? Hi, I'm Mr. Tapans, here to explore anomalies, questions, and so much more. So tell me now what's on your mind. Let's write the song of the undefined. Now, for the visual representation, I'll generate an image reflecting these themes, questions, anomalies, time, control, and cycles. Stay tuned. What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? Now for the visual representation, I'll generate an image reflecting these themes, questions, anomalies. Here's a rough draft of your song, blending your thoughts into a rhythmic and lyrical form. What do I want to know? Tick tock.
Okay. Okay, let me just check. Yes, you can pop up. Just give me a second here. Let me just see. Grow you page through because I am not able to see your work as an observation. Okay, I'm not sure what the conversation. Oh, there was a big conversation going on. Well, actually, you know what? When you said God is not religious, for me, um, I have a couple of I'm religious. Okay, I'm religious to my breath. So like that's the way I like to look at the word, right? And I like to look at it as licorice inside the word. Now I don't know if it's red licorice or black licorice, and regulation or rely or rely. Why are they GIOUS? Under the influence of the mother of the house, the breath. That's the way I'm looking at this. I think they're using that word in another way, LIGI. Uh, I don't know. I don't really. I mean, I read words the way I do. You know what I'm saying? The etymology of a word, I didn't look at there. I mean, there's so much more into the word. Starting with an R, ending with an S. They both R and S are both the same equator. The S is usually used in plural, but are they using it in plural here, or are they using the US as us in rigorous, right? Or turning us into rigor mortis, that we have no choices anymore, that we have to follow all the rules, that if we break it, we would break the legion, to what is, first of all, ER. When I see ER, for me, that's full control. ER, not like AR, like, because it's the resonancy, it's electronic resonancy. It's also 518, instead of 118, just because the letter E is 5. Oh, you know what? I should have read your next line. Religious are incomplete, distorted perspective to one singular truth, or no singular truth. Is there any fact in religion? Okay, so now let me get rid of this. I have a thing in front of me here. Okay, you got 5 minutes, maybe more, maybe less, because sometimes I get people that jump up on here and they just want to. I just want to lower my sound in the back. So, how are you?
Excellent. How are you?
I'm good. Oh, you have to go on the big. I'm putting on the big screen because we all have to see, right?
Yeah. Let me share. Let me share some things with you.
Okay, and
So
I'll
this
just tell
is
you, when you're sharing, I'm just going to listen at the beginning.
okay. So this is the origin of the understanding of existence. If you can go back to the understanding that everything comes from one big circle and one small circle, which is that picture, and then we have the latitude longitudes, which goes up, down, left, right. But this can go this way and that way, and it can also go up and down. So that stuff's only relevant once you understand where our language came from. So here's another thing too. I don't know if you've seen this, but the word evil and the word love are opposite frequencies because the O and the I have switched. It's become a selfish word instead of a universal unity word. D, if you put D on either side, it becomes a negative frequency word because a D represents a total alignment and then somebody going back down into their lower because they're selfish. So all this,
So how does hold on? Okay, how can we just do loved like L first and D last? What would you look at as that? Because that's something I've looked at before.
say that one more time.
Okay, let's just do the L and the D.
Just LD.
Yeah, the LD. What do you think about the L being first and the D being last?
You mean right here?
Yeah, and you've converted the V and you put it under the equator. That's how I see that. I see that as an equator line.
Oh, you mean this?
Yeah, just same with the E, and that's why it doesn't exist with the V, because your life is above the equator.
Oh, okay. That's actually a neat perspective. So that the equator is when you say equator, I refer to as the heart chakra.
Okay, so and then there's another thing about that is I understand the world has been turned partly sideways.
Yes.
It's been turned. Let's see this book here that like this. It's see the corners of your this here, right? That corner ends up pointing here.
Yeah.
like this. And do you know where I got that from?
Oh, that's actually a really cool thing. So something I learned from sacred geometry. Hold on, let me find. See, I have wonderful books. I have dug through every single
Yeah,
religious
but don't worry
symbol.
about going too fast and showing everything, because there's lots of time. And if we're going to do it, let's learn it all like one piece at a time, because I've been doing this for 20 years.
Yeah.
And I can tell right away what you're seeing, and well, not exactly what you're seeing, but what I can see and what you're seeing.
Yeah, so what I see, it comes from a complete understanding of self. This every single thing that you are seeing came from in here. This is not learned from any other place. This has all come from within my own inner being because of my own understanding. I was able to look at my own self, which then became aware of my own duality. Then I became aware of what consciousness is, which is the Trinity. And then you use that awareness and you go back and you look at the duality of self and you understand that you are a male and a female within the same being. And you have to become aware of both of those energies, your divine feminine and your divine masculine. So that's the fourth dimension. And then becoming aware of that with an outside perspective allows you to see the fifth dimension. And then that opens up a whole different understanding of reality. Because once you actually understand the difference between the male and the female, and how the females come into this life with a brighter light naturally than males do. Males come into this light with a darker light, and we have to come out of that light. And it's easier for us to come out of that when we have the touch of a woman. But whenever a woman is put back into a place of darkness, before they are like, hold on, was my camera on yet, or was it just pointing at the TV?
No, it was nothing. You just put it
Okay.
on.
Okay. So, sorry, like went to switch the camera, but
You mentioned. Hold on a second. You mentioned, because when you say certain things, I'm going to write something down. We were forced into duality. We were
yes.
forced in, no, we were forced into seeing it. Do you want me to tell you where? Because I'm always going to have a reference to something. Otherwise, I'm not going to say it.
Yeah.
We're forced through the understanding that we only have one moon. Now, if we only have one moon, but we have male and female, right? How
Yeah.
does that work? So duality is already forced through that moon. Now, because it's spoken as, now I have to use terminology that, and I try to keep it where the kids, anybody under 20 would understand, because the minute you get past 20, you're too indoctrinated to be able to envision this.
Yeah.
So I hope I didn't lose my vision in this. So me, like I spoke, we live between a corridor of Earth and Mars right here. We come with 2 moons of Mars and 1 moon of Earth. So the 1 moon of Earth, 2 sexes, we automatically have to be both. Our reflection of the light inverts us from man to woman and woman to man, depending on which reflection we come down. And the bar that goes inside the triangle, do you have that bar? Because that
Yeah.
bar goes in the triangle, it flicks everything up again. So who owns that bar? Which one is the male? Which is the female? Because the light with that bar that crosses, and the crossing, because they say the light reflects into the moon, they're going to crisscross that one that has the bar in it. Can you show me your triangles for a second?
So let me and I want to touch base on. Hold on, let me flip this around real quick. Doo-doo-doo-doo. So, do you have this understanding of numbers and angles?
I do, but I love to see a. Oh my God, that's so neat. Hold on. Okay, I took a screenshot. I like how neat it is. I like how dark you made it.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
something that's really important is this cycle that goes to 30 is an infinite cycle. It's a 3-piece cycle of conscious evolution. So, if you
Why till 30? Hold on. Don't mind. You don't mind going, like, if I stop you, is that okay every single time asking you questions?
yeah, go ahead.
Or would you rather tell me the whole thing and then start over?
No. I want you
Okay, why
to.
30?
Why 30? So after 30, so it's the way that the numbers match. So the 1 has 3 angles in it, or 3 points,
Okay.
and then the 6 has 6 points. So it goes 3, 6, 9. It goes all the way up until 9 is 27. It goes up one more time, which is 10. But then that's only 3 and then a 0. So it's 30. So that's the perfect cycle 30. And then if you keep going, it does the same thing and it repeats the cycle
So can we
again.
go back to how do you get 9 out of number 3? What do you see there? Why 9?
9 out of, wait,
No,
where?
go to the left. Stop. Yes. No, number 3. Number 3.
So
No, no, number three, one, two,
Okay,
three.
so there's three different. So what you're supposed to do, so the original Sanskrit where numbers were originally created, it was based on angles. So
Right.
that's why the one had the one and then the slash, and then you create an angle and it creates a trinity, a triangle between it, right?
Okay.
Which references three. And then it's 3, 6, 9 because the two has one, two angles, and then the three has one, two, and three. So that's nine. So that's why 3, 6, and 9, once you understand this, you can understand all of this.
This is where my problem comes in with all of this. Okay. See, we have to do three things with this. You cannot only, not you, but I can not only do one font.
One
Like
font?
this, a font means you only showed me one design, right? Because
Yeah, yeah.
with the
This is
number,
just the original one. So
right,
there's
with the
another
number
advanced language
three,
with curvatures in it. Like
yes.
it advances with curvatures. So this is a basic understanding of the Hertz's frequency, right? Because there's two different frequencies within our reality. There's the one that moves like this, up and down, and then there's one
Okay.
that moves like this,
Is
side to
that
side.
around?
So
Yeah, because I want to try to figure this out exactly. Do you know why?
why?
Because I understand it completely. I see
Yeah.
things in it already before you even start. Before I understand anything, I already understand something because you
Yeah.
mentioned 30. Did you know?
I
Can I explain something about 30?
yeah.
Okay. 30 is like this. I'm going to just go on the big screen, just explain a few things of what you said, because I know I'm going to know it right away, but I just don't understand what you're doing right away. The basis of 30, when you make a star, because we were taught about stars, this has to be for kids under like 12 years old at the beginning, you know? We're
Yeah.
told about stars. So if I draw a star on my phone here, 7 over to 3, 9 over to 1, 4 over to 6, 8 over to 2. So what happens is 1 and 9 is 10, 7 and 3 is 10, 8 and 2 is 10, 4 and 6 is 10. That's 40.
Cool.
Now that's the completion. You never want to do that.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
that's the
never,
fourth dimension. So that's why the fourth dimension, like that's why they're breaking it down and they're proving that God exists, the consciousness and quantum entanglement, all those things, because the fourth dimension is just a breakdown of the third dimension's understanding of duality in order to understand the fifth dimension. That's all it is. So what people are doing whenever they go to that fourth step, they're just trying to figure out what's next, and eventually everybody will come to the same understanding that the fourth dimension is just a breakdown. It is not what's next. It's a way for us to become aware of what our existence actually is. Like,
yeah, I'm with you. So this is here's the star. First of all, this is what I wanted to show you about this one. Do you see this over here?
yeah,
When you were working yours, you made sharp angles. Here I have a basic half angle because
okay,
inside of Greek, I've seen before, they do this to the number 3. I only use square paper. I need to know exactly what it is.
okay,
There's a difference. When
yeah,
you said, like, what caught my eye right away, you said two things right away that really made total sense. So I know you had to be, and plus all the letters are, I mean, all the numbers are right, or the letters, that the 30, and you said the bigger circle and the smaller circle. I call it the pancake, one of them, and the donut. One with electricity and one is for water. But
yep,
here's what it is. The total X, hold on a second. Here's the total of the 40. This one over here, when you connect it to the calculator, right? When you connect it to the calculator, the 1, 9, the 1 over to 9, the 7 over to 3, you connected all of them. This will total 40. But I'm only connecting the combinations. 3 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 3 out of 4. When I do that, I put this down here. Why do I put this down here? The vibration runs through our creation through the oceans.
yeah,
The ocean is the heart. Except this design, these are all no good. Because the only way this is going to go in this one, these numbers are also going to be wrong. They're right and they're wrong at the same time. I should have did the design this way. Let me show you.
Hey, let me show you this real quick too. Let me flip this around.
Okay, hold on. I'm giving it. I'll stay off of this for a minute.
So this is another thing I figured out too. Which here I'll turn it this way. Sorry.
Okay.
So the A, right? Once you understand duality and frequency and stuff, you'll see that I's are alignment. Okay, they reference somebody of alignment because whenever you say I, you are referring to you
in yourself. But only somebody with true alignment would be able to use that word without using something like the word want and projecting their desires onto somebody else after the word I. So in order to understand and speak the word of God, you have to understand that the frequencies and letters matter. Whenever you project, whenever you use your voice, when you push your desires out through your frequency, you're manipulating the word of God. So whenever you have an understanding like that, the one and the one and then the dash, this is understanding of duality, which is why the A looks like this. It's the very first letter of the alphabet, because the two, it can mean several different things, like a couple. Like, you don't even need the couple, because you can just put an A, because it can reference two different people coming together with a heart chakra connection, or it can be just one person coming together with their own understanding of their own duality.
So the train backing up to the station, or two trains coming together, because they couple. They have like two C's. CC comes together and they couple together. The C folds in. Because I like to look at, if there's an angle on any of the letters, we might be able to look at them as hinges, or areas that bend and they expand, they open and they close.
That's true too.
Change. It's all skeletons. I look at it as everything is a skeleton. Make more from it or take away.
That's very true. And I don't know if you've ever went through digging through the generational cycles of the Nazi symbol, for example. Hitler, he ran into his second stage of enlightenment, and he became aware of what the perfect vessel would be, quote unquote, through evolutionary genetics. And he used that awareness to massacre all the people that did wrong to him, because they mutilated him as a child and got rid of his ability to recreate. So he just took it out on him.
I didn't know that. You just so the top one you just did is, look, I'm going to follow your line. You went up like this. No, hold on a second. Yeah, you went from the bottom up to here. You went over here and up. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Can you say these numbers as I go?
3, 6, 5, 4, 7.
Yeah, 365.47 days a year.
Oh, wow.
It's
so
0.47. 22 goes to the constellations and the clock, to our life.
Nice. So that's 11 too.
So yeah, 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. Look, the left side of the calculator, because we can never use more than 6 according to cubes, right?
So in numerology, that's actually 7. If you add all of those together, it comes to 7.
The one is part of what all is. The one doesn't exist. The one only exists because of all, and all exists because of the one.
Yes. Yeah, I understand that. Have you ever done the positive word frequencies have frequency point angles of 3, 3, 0, 3, 3?
I never, ever did that. That is very interesting to look at. You want to go back there and just let's not show what you can do, and show us how you did it, what it is like. So I use the W, because that's interesting.
Yeah, so the W, it's actually two different things. So if you notice, there's 2 downward triangles and 1 upward triangle, but because it's at the front, it's reversed. If the W was at the back, it would mean what it means, because language is meant to be read backwards.
That's good. Makes sense. Yeah. The piano also, the Hebrews also. You can't turn. There's augurs. You know what an augur is?
Yeah, like a thing.
Right. So to bring something forward and to go nowhere at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the opposite side of an augur runs the other way, although it's the same design.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that analogy. That's awesome. But there's all different kinds of words. So I've been trying to connect all the religions, the words they use for the energy within. Some refer to it as a wheel. The Christians refer to it as a seal. The Sanskrit, Hindus, Buddhists, they refer to it as chakras. But they're all referencing the same thing, and it's a wheel.
But yeah, Cynthia is good at that. I'm not sure if Cynthia is still around. I wonder if she is going to ask maybe to come up or not. Let's see. So and I hold on a second. The chicken leg for the peace sign.
Yeah, right there.
So my question is, I must use a quadro paper. I must know exactly where everything is in the rules.
Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to get some. That was the next thing on my list. I do a lot of this in my head, and then I scribble it down.
Yeah. So, and if you want to be comfortable with your books, try not to get any bigger than this.
Okay. The 80 page.
That's for me. See this? How many pages is it?
Yeah, 80.
40.
Oh, 40. Oh, okay.
80. 80.
Yeah.
I don't know, 40. Wait, it depends who you are. Because it's 40 pages of two sides equaling to 80.
Yeah, I'd only use one side. So
Yeah, me too, for just in case I come back in time. And
yeah.
when I do, so you're writing a straight line, you're writing a deadline. You have a
Yeah.
deadline. If you would do that on an angle, it wouldn't be the same anymore.
Yeah, but see, that's why there's these, and I can't find my other. I have another paper with a bunch of sacred geometry, and I started all the different. You can get every single version of a star, every single religious symbol out of the same sacred geometric shape, and they're all just incomplete distortions of the full picture.
Yes, yes. Well, it's not distortions of the full. It's you're because you have dots. You have those dots. Everything is from the dots.
Yeah.
It's dots and dashes, and I liked it because you answered. I can't believe I asked to answer somebody. I needed someone to answer me a question yesterday, and no one did. And I don't even know if I said it out loud, and you said it today. What the dash is all about. Can you explain the dash again? It's very important to understand the dash.
So the dash is it's becoming aware of a connection that is to be made.
And there was a word. I don't remember. There was a word I saw yesterday that had a dash in it. The two words came together with a dash. I don't remember. It's very exciting, this, you know.
Yeah.
And you said duality.
Yep. Understanding duality. That's the most important thing. Like, because so for example, on Einstein's equation, it says E equals mc squared, but the equal sign, people look past that because they don't have an understanding of duality. That is two sideways lines because it's referencing Tesla's understanding of reality. You will not be able to understand Einstein's equation until you understand yourself, your own duality, and then you understand the significance of 3, 6, 9, and 12 in reality.
Yeah, that's the zodiac.
Yeah.
Well, zodiac.
So
I teach the zodiac. I have a whole page full of videos. We have similar art, and I feel like you should start making your videos. Just take one of your notebook pages and just make a small video, because you're going to start getting more, and you're going to really want to start sharing. And it's so important, I feel, that we all start sharing when we start finding like the similar things, because it's going to help elevate us all.
Yeah.
You want to do your work for the future as well.
That's what I'm doing. I did it for my children. So I became the best kind of father you can be. Like, I walk this life with nirvana at this point. So I understand that the word God comes from the word good without the cycle of suffering. If you remove one of the circles, which is the cycle of suffering, out of the word of God, which is to be good, a man can be good and still endure suffering. You can be selfless, and that still makes you good. But to be selfless means to give your power away to somebody else, at an expense of your own. But to be godlike is to never give up your own energy for anybody else, but to always provide for everybody else whenever you're meant to. To be free of the cycle of suffering is to let go of all expectations and all attachments to this reality. To understand that everything is fluid and everything is flow. To understand that this is an impermanent experience, but our consciousness is outside of time and space. To understand that time and space goes through us, we do not go through it.
Yeah, see, in the zodiac is a flat circle, but in reality, it is the sacred spiral. That's who we become. We become the sacred spiral.
Yeah. And the zodiac's like a beautiful, like the zodiac's astrology, like all of these things. Like I think it was you I was speaking with in the chat, but I have a holistic understanding, because you say it's a flat circle, but if you take every single type of science and you stack them on top of each other, that's whenever you get Tesla's understanding of reality, instead of everybody looking at it from a linear perspective, because zodiac is one linear perspective, and then you stack on cosmology or Scientology or psychology or numerology or history.
Oh, yeah, it's the blueprint for everything.
Yeah.
Every person's life story can be told through the zodiac, because it is their life story. It's the catalog.
So
it's the grand cabinet, the grandfather clock.
So yes and no, because the zodiac is there as a concrete evidentiary place for you to look at the place where your energy came from, right? So the energy within us tells us how we're meant to go through this life. So you can tell anything about somebody's like spirit that way, yes, but you're not able to look at somebody and read the frequencies through the colors to figure out what's going on in their mind because of their zodiac. You have to be able to understand psychology, the frequency that colors put off, numerology. Like I can walk up to
Oh
literally
yeah, there's
anybody.
multiple factors.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. So
yes.
that's what I'm
Very
saying. Like, and
complex.
that's why there's like a holistic understanding. I can walk up to anybody, and they don't have to tell me anything just by the clothes that they unconsciously put on, the jewelry they wear. I understand the frequencies that those things put out. I understand why they're drawn to them. The numbers, the kinds of frequencies, which ones they're wearing, if they have a complete rainbow on them, all these factors matter. I can literally help anybody get back to themselves, and it's just because I became a master of myself, if that makes sense. Like I've went through suffering. I lost my mother in a fire when I was 5, my same brother in that fire when I was 5. My mother and brother, they died together that night, and my mother was born on the winter solstice and my brother was born on the summer solstice, and they died together. My birthday is 1/22/92, and then exactly 72 years later, on April 8th of 2024, my solar plexus was aligned whenever there was a solar eclipse right where I live in Missouri. Like everything that happens in my life, I was able to go back, and even April 8th, 2024, numerology goes to 20, which is 10, which is 5, and 5 in duality is 10. So like there's a whole, you can understand everything about yourself if you go
Oh
looking
yeah,
within
I'm able to
yourself.
follow everything you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yes,
like,
everything adds up to create your grand aura.
yeah,
Anything
yeah,
you place on your temple body, it is going to like give a, it's kind of like reading a book by its cover
yes.
in a sense.
Oh, here's this page I found. Let me show you. This is, and I can't wait to get a graph paper and do it. So there's like all different kinds of things. So here's one cycle that people forget to reference. This is the it's the same thing as the stars, but with circles. And this is how you get moon phases, how you get the clock. This is why the clock looks the way it does, because it's just ridiculous. By the way, this is the Trinity that Tesla referred to, right? You make one triangle, a big triangle, and then you make another triangle, and then you make another triangle, and then you color them, and you come to an understanding of duality. There's the up and the down, but this can be looked at through whatever perspective you want. It can, like,
Right, and you can
all
also
this.
do that. Right. Because if you do it on the queen in the deck of cards is the only hat that's on an angle. When you count on angles, it counts as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you count up and down or sideways, you count 2, 4, 6, 8 or 1, 3, 5, 9 by twos. If I'll
Yeah,
show you after
Yeah, see,
this.
Tack Pants, he's the cube. He's the Pegasus on the cube. I'm the unicorn on the wheel.
But can you
So
put that? Can you put that back again? I want to like continue looking at that page
oh
for a
yeah,
second.
yeah, yeah.
I just
This is
it's
a
great
beautiful
that you're here.
understanding, right?
Yes, you're
the
just
words, the
you're
words you wrote. Can
confirming
I see the words?
confirmation.
Oh, the words
Yeah,
where
I just want to
these.
read that. Yeah, right there. Whoop, no, down lower. Okay,
So this is reference to the chakras, right? And I actually just discovered something else about a Christian Bible. I have a Christian Bible, and I'll bring it to you. I'll go get it in a second and show you. But
okay.
for the chakras, right? For Hinduism, you can go look at those, and those have the key to everything. That may be what blows your mind wide open, because they use the shapes. They use triangles, squares, circles, and then the lotus flowers are actually references to stars, and you want to count their points. But the crazy thing is that the colors, the frequencies that those colors put out in the chakra system, in the order that they go in, and then you look up at the light difference between the throat chakra and the third eye, which are two different versions of blue. But throat is represented by blue, and then third eye is represented by indigo. But then you calculate the light difference that's added here, because you become aware after you have an alignment through all of your energies. Because what people don't know is when you're brought into this world, your only real energy that you're aware of is the root, which is created within the first year of life while in the womb of a child, or while in the womb of a mother, in the darkness, just like the universe did before there was light. Everything's set in the void without light.
So it shows
So,
duality
Yes.
right away inside the word root. It shows duality. T and
yep,
R come T and R come together, are also part of the cubic setup. The T is part of the ocean. I'm the R is part of 666. The O is part of the moons. We run with 2 moons of Mars. Anytime you see the 2 of anything, it's because of Mars, right?
yeah.
And go back to the third eye. Take a look at it. What do you think about that word, the third eye? What do you think about that?
So
Is it 1/3 or 2/3?
the distortion here is that this is a misdirected word. The third eye. This is the only eye you should be using. Your physical eyes are They're like black holes. That's whenever you have a holistic understanding. If you go study black holes, you understand that your eyeballs do the same thing as black holes. Now, on the other side of black holes is white, just like on the other side of our universe in the black hole, there is white. It's the same thing as the pupil. And then inside the cranium is where the black space on the other side of the black void that people don't understand where the light goes, and then it's
No, the
projected back
pupil
out.
is the teacher.
Huh?
The pupil is the student, and then the
Yes.
pupil becomes the teacher.
So, and another thing too is people also understand that our physical vessels are of Mother Earth. Our bodies do not belong to the Father at all. It's the energy within every single living being that comes from the Father, comes from the Son. Our vessels belong to Mother Earth, period. And men need to realize that, and women need to realize that the light within them comes from the Father. And
Yeah,
that's how we come to a
we
collective
are the
understanding.
dung of the earth. Man is the dung of the earth. They are
Yes.
manure. They replenish the earth. Our bodies replenish the earth. We're the salt of the earth.
So this is a really cool way for people to bring like a grounded understanding of duality and like trying to get back to yourself. Is just bring up the DNA strand. Okay, you have the linear line that goes through, which is consciousness, and then you have the mother and the father's lines that go back. You can use this understanding not only in yourself, but in reality, in your relationships, in your friendships, because every time you come into contact or any type of decision with somebody else, you guys have the choice to separate, make your own mind up, and then come back together, or break apart and the DNA stops right then and there. So
I have a question.
yeah.
Okay, could you put your finger on the line, on one of the lines, on the no down low, all the way down at the bottom. Start at the bottom.
Right here?
Yeah.
Good.
I want you to no, go a little bit higher in the middle. Okay. No. I mean down, over to my right. Oh,
Like-
stop. Yes. Now what I want you to do is follow that line and stop at the next X. Whoop. No. At the roundabout. Go round.
Oh. Wait, what do you mean?
Go around.
Like right-
No.
Oh.
Okay, stop. Now go back down. Same side. No.
Oh, same side?
Yeah. No, not down that way. Up, I mean, up on the same side. And
Like
do
that?
it again. My question is that what's happening, or is it ever going to the other side? Is it crossing over?
Yeah, so right now people are having trouble with this, right? Because this is what's happening, right? Is the ego has created a veil right here. The ego is the psyche that has created an illusion between the other side of you. You have to break down this veil because this is supposed to be pure consciousness. This is supposed to be God, but this line, you can't see it. It has its own duality.
Because this is why I'm saying it for a reason. Because if you're a hairdresser, right?
Yeah.
And you're braiding, it can't be like that. The one in the center goes to the left. Each one gets a chance at the center.
Yeah, that's very true.
So that's why I'm trying to figure out how many strands are you using. I only see 3, so there's a complication unless you put a rod in between.
So the thing is that this line right here, the singular line that's not of curvature, we already know that there's a duality to that, right?
Right.
Like, because if we go through these, so just because we are not aware of it through this imaging, like it would be like having a bigger line and then having a smaller one inside of it that we can't see. So the depth or the darkness of this bigger line is based on the experiences that you have throughout your life. When we're born in this life, we have this one singular line that's transparent. It's pure consciousness as a child. Whenever you are a child, you are unaware of this duality because you are one with all of it. You don't become aware of this duality until somebody projects something onto you, until you're said, oh, that's for boys, or oh, that's for girls. And then you're like, oh, that's for boys, or oh, that's for girls. But the thing is that we have to establish why that those things have been associated with boys and girls. Like, people just project things onto people ignorantly, and it creates this line. It makes it.
Well, they created colors because of the profiling, because they want, the whole system is rigged for reproduction. We become the pros, we reproduce. Sex is everywhere. It's natural, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So, there's nothing wrong with it, but man has made it dirty.
Well, so the thing
In
is
a
about
sense, right?
the thing about colors, though, is that people have to understand that we didn't do anything. Colors put off actual frequencies, and women,
Yes.
when they're born into this reality, they have a brighter light naturally than men do. It's just the way it is. And the chakra system proves that. Women have the second stage of enlightenment already. That's why they come into this world more nurturing and loving, because they are more deeply connected to Mother Earth and its loving nature rather than
Yeah, they're
Father.
connected to the moon because they're the womb man. Their cycle is the 28th cycle, and they have that's like their run cycle. Then they have their period end, and then their cycle starts over.
Yeah.
Whereas a man is different. He has a ball sack. He can play for a long time because he's recreating his own energy in a sense as well.
Yeah, just like the
But our
sun.
systems are different. You run higher at a higher arc than a female does, and it is because of the moon. But at the same time, we're both, male and female within.
Yeah.
We're born through the moon system at first in the womb tomb, and then we progress into the sun system as a man upon the land. We're all the man.
Yeah. We're all one.
Yes, we're all one consciousness.
Yeah. But even the bodies, like our bodies have purposes, right? But they are and come from the same place. They just developed differently. And it's not our place to change that because we're here for a reason.
See, we don't dream alone. We awaken at the same time. Those who are in your area, that shows our connection.
Yeah, I don't, there's not very many people awake. I live in a place called Christian County, and it's a very closed-minded county. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, just keep sharing your stuff. Make some little videos for your page. I think I saw you last time, and I wanted to know what you were sharing, so I went to your page and I didn't see much.
Yeah.
And just by what you were commenting, I was very interested because it's kind of aligned with my work that I'm doing. And I started making my own videos, just like TagPans has here, because I want to share. And the more we share, the more you're going to find your tribe. Your tribe finds you, and you're creating your algorithm.
Yeah,
we're connecting with each other through our names and our energy, even on the internet. It's pretty amazing. I was alone until I, started looking for my friends on the internet.
I was alone until I found this dude. He became my guide and everything. So his name's David. So
hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Are you guys working?
Huh?
Are you guys working?
This is what I do for work right now. So like I'm trying to put it all into.
It's a job.
It is.
Oh yeah, it is.
It really is. It's a great job.
So, I was working as an assistant kitchen manager, but they didn't treat me right, and they wanted to call me crazy because of the things I know, and I have like actual diagnoses of ADHD and stuff from therapists, and the stuff I bring to my therapist, they look at me and they say that's the most amazing thing, or that's the craziest thing I've ever heard, but it all makes sense. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Yes, build your own page, build your own temple. You are a great creator. We have to step into our light and our calling with confidence.
I appreciate
there's nothing to stop us but ourselves. A lot of times we are our own worst enemy.
Actually, you know what I'm looking at right now? Sorry to interrupt you. We came to a point in time, we all know it's the end of the new beginning. And unless we're participating in the new beginning, how can anything change? So our choice is to do this. It's very strong in us. We understand it. We know there's a creator. I'm 100% sure there is, because there's no way a lot of my work. Before I get into that, I mentioned the third eye for a reason before. One of the things is it goes with 13, those letters. Okay. 13 is a change and distinction. 1 and 3 equals to 4. The doorway is between 3 and 4. The difference is between 12 and 13. 12 is the bat mitzvah. 13 is the bar mitzvah. So there's a distinct. The other thing is 12 is 1 and 2, 3. 13 is 1 and 3, 4. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 2, 5 for the female E. 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, 3 and 4, 7 for the male. 57, 75. If you multiply, take a calculator. Do you have a calculator?
Don't have one right now. Oh, he's got a phone though.
Okay. What's 5,775 years times 13 moons?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everybody.
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
5,775.
Times 13.
Yeah.
75,075.
So all it does is
Someone just said they were born in 75 in the comments. Wow.
Hey, so something I want to add to your perspective real quick about the numbers 1 and 3 is because the number 13, if you segregate that from the 1 and the 3, because in order to add them together, you have to put something in the middle in order to put them together, right? But if you step back and you look at that before you add them together, there's actually 5 variables. You have the 1 and then the variable between and then the 3, which is a 5D perspective. That's the perspective I look at through things because what the 1 and the 3 is referencing is the 3D reality being looked at from a unified perspective, and then it blows open a holistic understanding of reality. I understand where our singularity came from, where our universe was created 13.8 billion years ago. That's why I said I've took physics to a whole different level. But the problem with it is that I can't just tell people because for one, people without enlightenment won't understand for a reason, because it gives people the ability to leave this place. Like this existence, they can go to a different one, which is what happened to this existence that we're in now. An incomplete perspective came through our singularity. Through their black hole, they came into ours. They brought consciousness, which is awareness, to our sun, which then brought the sun. When it had awareness put onto it, it projected its light out into the void, which then touched Mother Earth, which already bore seeds. Which then, when the air and the heat touches the surface, whenever light touches the surface, it creates heat, which created growth, which then created oxygen, and then it created the atmosphere of Earth, and then the consciousness that came before us came here, and like they manipulated us. They spliced the chromosome together within the whatever, I think it was the Homo sapiens.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they spliced our chromosomes from the 48 to the 46 and they removed the 1, that's whenever they tried to control us but gave us the ability to understand them. Like that was their problem, is you cannot control free will. God will always break free of any trap, any religion, any manipulation. Doesn't matter, because our consciousness is outside of time and space, and the people that did control will eventually die off, and then the people behind them won't want it anymore.
Hold on a second. You said our consciousness. Okay, so with everybody listening, the only thing I can see people saying right now, and I'm going to I have two things to say. So they're going to say, okay, this is all hypothesis. This is what you see, where are your references? But I'm going to give you references for all of this, and it's very simple. Just breathe.
Yeah.
The breath you take is from an outside source put into the source of the mother. The air we breathe, in the womb we live. So everything you're saying is total sense, but the conscience is within this world, but it comes from outside the world. It's from the breath of creation. It's made for our IP, our receptors of who we are. We're all individual IPs. You know what happens to our IP when you die?
What?
Well, they put it on your tombstone. They call it an RIP.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, that's why I'm not being, because that's why, even though Hitler did do something horrible and kill all those people, he did liberate them because he did set them on fire. So he did not trap their souls in the bodies or in the ground like other people have done, like now, if that makes sense. Because death by fire is the way of liberation from this physical body, if that makes sense.
Well, I don't, you know what? I use soul. What is, you know what? This physical body, once it dies and decays, there is no place for soul, because there's no receptor for spirit. There's no need for the spirit to come into the soul as a reader. You were never here to begin with. Every breath you take and you exhale, one of the reasons I call the carbon tax is not a carbon tax, it's an awakening. Because we need to have the carbon dioxide in order to be exhaled from ourselves in order to continue the story. Going to the bathroom, okay, and breathing out are how the rest of our story is being read. That's how I see it. The minute it gets into the open air, that's when it oxidizes. That's when it's completely being broken down and read by the one who put us in the womb. And all the numbers, I went over this yesterday, a lot of the numbers. Anyways, so everything you're saying makes 100% sense. Okay, how it comes to be, if you want to go to Homo, I'm just, because you also said chrome and alphabet, chromosome, but chromosome, alphabet, Google, and all that. Yeah. The ABC theory. I mean, it's just ironic the way Facebook and ABC, these are not here for nothing. You know, the second and the sixth position in the piano, second and the fifth position in the piano have no black keys. No black key before the F and no black key after the B. BF or FB is like Facebook. Huh. And there's, And Amazon, we come from the Amazon. Everything is in a swamp. We have the alligators inside of us. We're 80% water. Aren't there alligators inside of us?
Oh, you
And we
want me
need to. What's that?
I want to show you something really cool. You just made me remember something about a letter.
And I like all the color things. That's so amazing because you're like, for me, you're 1,000% right. I mean, somebody chooses a color, they choose it because of the frequencies they're in.
Yeah. And see, like I've taken the time and learned these things so that people cannot call me crazy, because I was aware of these things naturally, but then I had to go understand quantum physics, quantum mechanics, quantum entanglement, quantum theory. I had to understand psychology and astrology and all this stuff because I was tired of people telling me I was crazy. And now people can't tell me I'm crazy. Now people just look at me and tell me to stop talking because they know I will break their entire reality open if they try and call me crazy. Like,
Yeah, so yeah, the triangle thing. Can we look at that for 1 second after?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me show you this. So this is a King James Bible, right? First off, I want to mention this. This is 3 third eyes in unison, all sinking to the same trap. I don't know if you can see that, but that's 3 third eyes. So that's what this all was. It's to stop your third eye from getting outside of this trap, but it didn't work because the very first letter of this Bible, this thing is like 40 years old, and you're going to love this because this comes from understanding sacred geometry, right? So you see the very first letter? I don't know if you can see it or not. Right here.
The I.
No, it's not an I. That's a 1, and then it's a capital N.
Okay. Well, you can use the one, and you know what else they do with that one? The one is also creates this. It's really freaky because the one creates the 2. I'm just going to re-show you here.
Here, I'll show you. Oh, that's cool.
You know what the letter that is? That's the Hebrew letter bet. Bet, vet.
Oh, didn't know that.
But that is also the number 1. You know where I saw that?
Where?
In sports, Big Ten. They had it on the field.
Oh, wow. So here, everything.
Okay. Oh, how did you turn that around? Oh, you put it in front of your book, in front of your.
Yeah, so it had a better picture.
Okay.
So right here. So the reason why you know it's a 1 and not an I is because it's directly above a 2 and there's no other 1. So that means that is a 1 and a 2, which is referencing a trinity. And then you look at the N. The N is a distorted angle of this perspective. This is written by a fallen angel. The very first letter references that because it's a triangle that is on its side, but because it fell from grace, the top line fell down into a straight line. Do you see that?
You're talking about the N part or the angle?
Yeah, see the N? So it's a triangle, but then it fell from grace.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, well, we're the fallen angels. We fell to the beta world.
Yeah,
and I just want to say something. If you were allowed to split apart letters, you mean if you have a leg, okay, and I've tested this only once. If you have a standing leg, you can use that leg and pull another leg out of it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's funny because I had that dream just last night. That's like so freaky.
And then if that's an I, then that's also
dreamt this last night.
and a Z.
See the dots? See the dots?
Yeah.
That's me pulling a leg out and putting 2 legs from my.
And that's exactly what I just did here, but opposite. And just using gravity, just understanding what happens naturally as humans, and that we fell from grace just naturally because
from the up. We came from the up into the down.
Yeah. So I want to just the very first letter of the Bible proves physics. If you change the word God to consciousness, if you change heavens to sun and you just leave earth as earth, it's in the beginning, a fallen angel came here in the beginning through perception, beginning consciousness created because it became aware of the sun and the earth. And then the earth was without form and void, which is what happens when there's no light. Everything is in void without form. So it's literally just the first, this book proves physics. And that's what people don't understand.
Oh, that is so cool what's happening right now. You don't see what's happening on my end. Can you hold the book further away? Further.
Another thing too.
Oh, that you don't see what's happening on my end.
No, let me show you.
Oh my God, I should get a screenshot. Do you see it?
Yeah, look, so I want to show you something. See the bold letter, the bold numbers? If you
Yeah.
add up all these bold numbers, right, in the first book, it equals 144, which is what the first 6 chakras, the mark of the beast, the 6 chakras, if you add up the petals of the 6 chakras, it's 144. And then you multiply it by the 1,000, which is the 7th chakra, which is what Jesus opened up, which is why whenever in the book of Revelations it refers to him proving that he was able to open up the seals, and they had to take off their false crowns because they had false gold crowns whenever he showed that he had his real crown active. Like,
Yeah, see, you're crowned at birth.
Don't forget. Hold on. I want to
You have 2
explain to you a little
births.
bit about it.
3
Oh,
births.
that's also
3
good.
births here. Bronze, silver, gold.
That's 53.
yeah,
That's not an N. That's a V upside down next to a 3 if you want. But
Yep.
412, okay, 41 and 2 in the house of bait, the crown. Okay, a crown. Do you know what also a crown can be?
what?
When you join 2 pens together, I put a crown over it.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense, because that actually makes more sense now. So
No,
there's
it's a
actually
holy
an 8th
compass.
chakra.
Compass rose. Geometry.
What about
Plumbing and electricity. Yeah. If you study a little bit
North,
about
compass
plumbing and
rose.
electricity,
Lily.
because everything's about transportation, the post office. So we have to figure out how everything is transported, and everything with us, it's water and electric. Then it goes to the heart, it goes to this. We have a sewage system inside of us. So before I even get to consciousness, I want to see where the alligators hang out. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
the green.
Have you practiced your chrism harvest yet? Your Lord's Supper? Do you practice your Lord's Supper within your body, your alchemy? Following the
mean?
sun and the moon?
What do you mean?
Christ oil harvest, the chrism
No.
harvest. Okay, well, when you do your astrology, you know your sun sign. It's based on your time and placement. When you entered into time, you can
Yeah.
do it from like beginning, which is when you were a zygote, the Godhead. Okay, or you can do it from when you are birthed upon the land as a man. Your birthday will be your sign, your sun sign. And then you wait until the moon enters your house, and then that's your body's time of harvest. That's your body's natural alchemy. It's set up with the moon and the sun. The moon is the silver and the sun is gold. So we access, when silver and gold come together, they create the great fire within. That's like a time when you get your rise, because your body is completing its cycle to produce its oil for your lamp. That is your third eye. Okay, and it's how we utilize and gain access to our energy. So like they talk about extra oil, you can create extra oil and then you can have longer life, because the body isn't meant to die. It can be eternal, but it's based on the operator. Okay, because we're born into a perfect system. You could be here as long as you want.
Yeah,
And it's a mental thing. It's a mental access.
Yep.
So literally, if you practice your Christ oil harvest, which begins around the age of 13, that's why 13 is also important. It's when you start your activation into your brain, and your brain starts reactivating in different wave stages. For you to access the sun and to gain access into your star, which is your Stargate. That's also seen through the third eye.
Well, you want to know something?
We don't die. Our body dies. That's why I like Tack Pants, because he's talking about the dice.
Yeah.
You know, and then you have your diet while you're here. The cube is also with the circle. It works with the Grand Pyramid as well, and you're the Grand Pyramid. You're the fire. So it's about our reactivation, because we're in the womb tomb of Mother Earth. She can feel us. She is self-healing and self-cleansing. So we're supposed to ground and activate in the sun, and that helps us produce our light body, and we can gain further access into our third eye. And, you know, you don't have to wait until you die to go to heaven. Many are waiting till they die to go to heaven. You can access this today.
Oh, I already walked heaven on
the mindset. We were all born into heaven. It's never, we take it everywhere we go. It's with us at all times. It's never not with us. We create it. Man has created death, because man believes that they die. It's just a cycle. Our bodies go back to the earth. We can get a new body if we want, and we can also get a new name, a new algorithm, and everything is kept inside our star, because our star is our storehouse, and you can gain reaccess to this each incarnation through the sun.
So I want to.
That's why we're
I want
supposed to sun
to
gaze.
something. Yeah, but whenever you say sun, so whenever it comes to the physical body and us transforming, like transferring our consciousness into another body, when you say sun, it refers to us coming from our children. Because I've dug through my generational cycles and I've come to a complete understanding. This is what I mean by like a holistic understanding of my reality. I understand my entire bloodline. My children are my mother and my father's consciousness, like, or my mother and my uh, son's consciousness. Your name, your middle name, is a direct reference to where your consciousness came from, because the consciousness that put it there for a reason. Um, there's a whole long list of things. By the way, I'm 33 years old. I'm an Aquarius. This is my time to rise, as you know, through like the zodiac.
Oh yeah, I'm an Aquarius as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
so like, and you see, and
Can you
like,
say your
I'm the
age
30,
again?
I'm the 35.
I'm 33 now.
Can you multiply that by 13?
That's 333, and then
Yeah, your whole name is your algorithm. And you can create multiple algorithms. You have multiple features, multiple facets. I use all the calendars. I don't use just one.
yeah,
I know what I am in every single calendar. And you know, that's how you find your alter egos upon the wheel. That's your dual energies. And you're following all of these in all these different stories. A lot of people are unaware of it. But
yeah,
you know, we literally don't die. We're very advanced beings who have access to body.
yeah.
Well, you know, we've gone back to the future, so to speak.
Really crazy thing that might blow your mind is that I am aware that I am a reincarnated spirit of Balder. I don't know if you know much about Norse mythology, but I have went through the entire story of Ragnarok within my own life experience. Even Odin betraying Fenrir. My father betrayed somebody he shouldn't have. They tried to set everything on fire. They swore they were going to take everything by fire. Then my mom and brother, who were born on the winter solstice and the summer solstice, they died together in that fire. I was in that fire. And then like the way that my energies have aligned with my age and being 33 now, like everything in my life has happened in exact prophecy. I don't know, like it's been recorded before. Everything, like if that makes sense. So
Well, I think, you know what's funny? Somebody was talking about a burnt out star, and that the burnt out star is still burning on even after your life. So they also mentioned in their not quoting exactly, that our life is
bye,
that
guys.
burnt out star. Our story has already been written. So you're just capable of connecting your story and seeing where it is at that time. So it
Now,
just
see,
makes
a lot of that has to do with your name, because your name is the algorithm. Your name has the soul in it.
My
So if
name's
you start doing
Sebastian
research
Van
in your
Walnack.
name, yeah, if you start doing research on your name and you start looking into your numerics, you're going to find there's a lot of past history that
Oh
will
yeah,
apply to your name. That's because
yeah.
it's supposed to.
So my name Sebastian actually refers to somebody that was a protector of souls. So it's like a soul shield is what my first name represents. My middle name is Zen, which references complete inner peace and awareness within. And then my last name Walnack references my physical form, where it came from, which was I have a Germanic heritage essentially.
Oh, you
So
know, it's funny because just because you said the word Mac at the end,
yeah,
okay, uh, Mack trucks, Chryslers are two cars, okay? And remember, a car is gonna, for me, car represents the ark, your body, the carrier. So those are the only two vehicles between trucks and cars that have completely different. The springs are different on Chryslers. The springs are different on Mack trucks. The transmissions are different. And those are the
yeah.
only two vehicles that I know in my stage of growing up. My project is based on 60s from the 60s. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I'm 60.
Yeah, my friend David in there, he's 62. I actually, the reason why I've come to a complete understanding is because I'm within a household that has all 7 generations within it, and they're all aware of self. So,
Wow.
yeah.
I'm in a house, so I don't know how many out here that surround
Yeah,
me
see,
like
I
that.
looked up all kinds of stuff on my name, and I'm like a moon goddess, and I'm like with Thor. He protects me. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen Anubis in my dreams. The lion in the metal masks has visited me. I go to space a lot with the aliens, and they show me the grids.
That's awesome. My
And
lovely
I'm a
lady.
German Cherokee woman.
That's awesome
I'm
too.
very in tune with nature. I'm a gardener. I make a lot of my stuff homemade. I know my craft.
Good.
So, it's all very good that we look into our character and we can help develop our character further beyond this life.
Yeah.
One thing I was shown when I was taken to the Akashic records, because we are reincarnated each lifetime, all our lifetimes and names are stored within our star. So each time we come back here, we can access our star bank, and we can scroll through and see an even grander image of who we are in longer spans of time that has been documented. And so when you cross over, you get to gain access to this energy that you have created once again.
Yeah, it's you know what, it's a complex system, eh? A complex
Yeah,
system.
so many of my dreams, they have come true. It's amazing.
Oh,
Sometimes
they
they come
will.
true fast, sometimes it takes years.
So here,
But I
can I
do
just
think we're supposed to pay attention to our dreams. They're teachers.
So the biggest thing too is like just speak the truth, because if you speak the truth and live the truth, and I mean the truth, not your truth, but the truth, be wise within every experience, you will go to your highest timeline. I have been doing it. I now
Yes.
live with somebody named David and Rebecca Lynn, and David's wife's name is the exact same as my mother's name, my mother that died when I was 5. The person I live with now, who is a mother to me, who is 50, which is only she was born one day and 1 year before my mother was born on December 20th. So 11. She was born one and one, and then I let go of all of my attachments and expectations of my old life. My entire life fell apart. I lost literally everything, including my children and my ex-wife. Um, and I was able to step out of that suffering and transcend it because I wanted to be the best father I could be when I got back to my children. And then I've been walking the truth since, and I never not walked the truth. But be aware that once you become aware of your divinity in the level that I am, you have free will still, but you have the free will to walk the path of God, and that is it. If you choose to walk any other path, your physical avatar will give out. If you use your voice to not speak truth, your voice will stop working, you will get sick. If you use something like to fill or create a fix within yourself, instead of addressing your issues like alcohol or cigarettes or anything, if you abuse those things, they will take an extreme effect on your body after becoming aware of your divinity. Because you no longer have those blockages, and if you create one after the flow has been, I have 33 years of energy flowing through me now. So if I create a blockage, it will kill me. It's because I'm completely aware of the reason why it's there. That applies to
Yeah, see, and there
cancer. It
was a
applies
time
to
you
every
wasn't
single
aware.
illness. Huh?
There was a time you was not aware.
Yeah, there was a time I was not aware and I would just get sick. I'd go take medicine. I'd be better after a few days. But now if I get sick, I become aware and I think about what I have done and I bring awareness to it. If I have done something or
Yeah,
misstepped,
I
I
am
correct
never
it.
sick. I tell myself that I am never sick, and I am
Yep.
never sick.
Yeah, and I don't ever get sick now. I've only gotten sick
No.
2 times since my awakening or since my full alignment last year on April 20th, 2024. Which in numerology is 7, by the way. That's whenever I had my awakening, and I actually fell from grace completely. 5 days after that, the police took my children from me. My ex-wife spread a bunch of lies. She took my babies from me, and I was a full-time daddy. They were with me every day. I raised my beautiful children. I unschooled them every day. I was involved in their entire universes. Like, I gave up my world to be part of their entire world, and I confessed to my ex-wife about cheating on her the day before my son was born. He was about to turn 7, by the way. Whenever I say my life has fallen in place with like biblical prophecies, it literally has. Even in the book of Revelations, the whole 7 years, I confessed 6 days before my son's 7th birthday. And then my ex-wife did not accept that. Even though I had found out the year before that she had been cheating on me for 9 years, and I forgave her, I made the mistake one time, and she took everything from me because of it. So, but I accepted all of that beforehand. I knew that I was tired of living a lie. I knew that I wanted to live like the truth, and that's all I wanted. So I knew the only way to do that was to speak the truth. And now I can speak the truth about every single life experience I've ever had to anyone without shame or guilt. And I understand that if somebody wants to make me feel bad about that, that means that they have something that they have not addressed within themselves. So, like,
Oh
there's just
yeah, we've all been through it. there's so much I've been through as well. And what you really have to do is just start over, just being comfortable being yourself.
Yep.
I can go back and forgive myself, and so I know I'm forgiven. I don't need anyone to forgive me, and I have the power to alter my path, so I correct where I feel I need correction. I don't need anybody to correct me. I can do this myself
That's
because I
true.
want to benefit myself and have a nice time while I'm in time.
But if
You
you
know,
want
and
to
I
know a
and I
real
have seen
powerful
as I got
feeling,
older, my actions have, uh, sometimes I've had some repercussions against my actions as
yeah.
well. Who hasn't? You know what
You
I'm
know,
saying?
yeah, something I want to share with you that changed my life, and this is what I share with people all the time. If you want to ever break the ego completely of its hold on you altogether, if you want to get rid of the whole asking for forgiveness, even from yourself or anybody else, literally just do it in every moment. Like, let go of shame and guilt and fear and pride and gluttony, and let go of every single thing that holds you back from just being happy. And if it's somebody else's projection, like if you do something wrong, if you make a mistake because you misstepped on your journey, then you just take accountability for it. If somebody else wants to hold that against you, that is their issue. But asking for
Yeah, a lot of
forgiveness is
people
the
live in
greatest
my
thing you can
past.
do for
I don't.
yourself. Huh?
A lot of people live in my past. I don't.
Yeah. But and see
And
that's
many
their
people have
issue.
hang on. They've hung on to the things that I have done, even though I'm not the same person that I was that day.
And that's
And
because they
so
can't let
so that's
go.
how I am. I forgive everybody. I love
Yeah.
everybody. I allow you to fall down and get back up. It's okay. We can laugh together. We can cry together. We can be kind of upset together. But I always expect every day to be a new day. I
Yeah.
mean, that's just how I've always lived my life.
Yeah.
Every day's a new day.
100%. Something that changed my life is like being able to, because I used to be narcissistic. Because of the life I grew up, I didn't have a mother or a father, and I was a survivor from the age of 8 years old. So I wasn't a
I'm so
selfish
sorry to hear
narcissist. I
that for
was
you.
a like, or I wasn't a narcissist that took power from other people. I was the one that kind of like just put a mirror up to everybody, like you can't tell me anything. It's because of my autism. Um, but I was raised by narcissists, people who would never hear my story. They wouldn't let me talk. My perspective didn't matter. My feelings didn't matter. It was their way or the highway. I wasn't even allowed to talk about my mother's fire I went through. Like, because I remember waking up to her screaming. I had this whole experience in a fire, but until I was 28 years old, I wasn't even allowed to talk about it because nobody in my family could hear it. And if anybody had just taken the time and heard it, if they would just hear my perspective, they would have understood the entire fire. Like I now have a complete understanding of why the fire happened, all the different variables from all the different stories. And whenever I went to jail last year, whenever the police and all that stuff happened, I was put into jail by God because there was a man in there named Jonathan, which, by the way, my brother's name was Jonathan and passed away. There was a man in there named Jonathan, and I didn't find out until after 3 weeks of trying to get out. I wasn't getting out. There was no reason for me to be in there, but for some reason I was not getting out. So I accepted being in there finally after being in there for 3 weeks, and I asked to go to Gin Pop, and they took me out of my. Yeah, babe. And they took me out of that and they put me in Gin Pop. And then I heard two people talking about a hometown I was from, where my mom was from and stuff. So after they were done talking, I went up and asked Jonathan. I was like, "Hey, do you know my aunt?" Or I asked if he knew my mom. He said no. I asked if he knew my dad because everybody knows my dad down there. He said no. And then I asked if he knew my Aunt Chris. And he said, "Yeah, I dated Aunt Chrissy." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then we talked a little bit. The next day he came back to me and he said, "Hey, I have something to tell you." I said, "What?" He said, "I'm actually married to your mom's best friend, Lisa." And my brothers, and my mom left his wife's house the night of the fire. So I was given a perspective by God because I was placed in jail, in a place that he shouldn't have been either. He'd never been in trouble in his life either. He'd done something and got 6 months. And it was the first time he had ever been in jail. And he didn't
Yeah, you
understand why
needed
he
a
was in
piece
there.
of the puzzle. You
Yeah,
needed
like
that piece.
yeah, and I needed that piece, that perspective, because his wife always told him the story of the night that we left. And from her perspective, my mom said she was going to go home, get us boys in bed. She was going to light some candles, open up the window, smoke some weed, and she was going to relax because she was very stressed. And that's exactly what she did. Growing up until a few years ago, I hated the smell of marijuana, and I couldn't tell why. There's nothing bad about it. I had done all the studies on it. There's nothing negative from it. But
Plant.
Yeah, it's a beautiful plant. I smoke it on a regular basis. It helps keeps me grounded to this 3D reality because if I'm not, I
420,
go.
420.
I mean,
Do you know why
we
it
use
keeps you
plants for
connected?
seasoning our food, right?
Yeah.
Would
So
you
do
like
it
to
to
know the
season our
Yeah, it
strength of
soul.
tastes
it?
delicious. It's good for our body.
Hmm?
Do you know, have you
Plants are
watched
good
any
for
of
our
my
body.
videos when I talk about 420? What it
No,
is,
I
why
haven't.
it's so strong, why it bridges everything together?
Well, I know it changes your frequency naturally. It brings you, depending on the sativa or the indica or the hybrid, whatever the terpenes are within it, it actually brings your energy down to the level. So if you are aware of self and you are aware of somebody else, you can help bring them to where they need to be. If their throat chakra is having a hard time opening up, then you can give them a sativa that doesn't give them anxiety because you monitor the terpenes in it, and they'll be able to have conversations. If they are having a lot of issues in their earthly, they want indicas because they need to be grounded. You need to be able to talk to them without triggering their ego, without them being defensive. You have to bring them into really low frequency vibrations in order to reset that neural pathway, those traumas, whatever you want to call it. Like that's what marijuana does. It creates the space within the mind for you to and move things around without
Okay,
Yeah,
being
can you
cannabinoids are
repeat the
naturally in our
three
body.
parts? Can you repeat the three parts of the CBC, CBDs and the THC? Can you repeat those sativa,
yeah,
indica, and
yeah, the sativa, indica, and the hybrid.
yeah?
So
Say that again. But explain them all again.
So the indica brings you down to lower frequencies. Okay, it
Yeah,
makes you a couch
indica,
potato.
couch.
Yeah, into couch, right? So it brings you down into lower frequencies, into the lower four, which is the heart, the solar, the sacral, and the root. Those allow you to address those things. When people get a lot of anxiety in the chest, it's because they're smoking sativas, which opens up your throat and your mind, and they're getting that anxiety right here because the energy's trying to escape, but they don't know what to do with it because they're not used to opening up the flow within their heart chakra. They're not used to allowing their passions and
Yeah,
their
it's
power in the world.
meditational herb.
Yeah.
Yes, the peace pipe.
Yeah, so that's what it is. The indicas are meant to connect with people at lower chakras, at lower frequencies, and you can really pay attention through the way they act under the influence. If they eat a lot or if they're sleeping, like there's it's
Yeah, it
just
just kind of heightens your senses and the state of mind that you're in when you partake.
yeah.
So
So
if you partake when you're tired, you're probably going to get more tired.
So this is the thing about right. So this is the thing about. Oh,
hey
that's
guys, I
not.
gotta go. My lovely lady upstairs is making dinner, but definitely invite me anytime you have a
Oh,
live,
yes, it
and I'll
was
pop
great
on.
talking with you.
I know.
Okay,
Share
nice
your
talking
stuff.
with you.
Share,
Thank
make some
you.
videos of your stuff that you
I
have
will.
found.
She goes to work in a little bit, and then I'll probably pop on live, or if you guys are on, I will pop on. But I do plan on making videos. It's just that it's really hard for me to. Right now, I'm going back to the binary understanding of existence because what I want to do is be able to create a place for anybody to come to the same awareness that I am at. But in order to do that, I have to backtrack through my awareness
Oh,
and
yeah,
put
your notebook's going to help you so much.
yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do is I can't just pop on like because then people will be like, oh, you have no understanding of anything. It's all
Yeah, I just did like 10 little 10-minute videos and I just kept adding and adding and adding. And pretty soon I looked up and I had like 100 videos. I was like, wow, I've
yeah,
got like
that's
100
awesome.
10-minute videos. I never expected that in the beginning. I just started in my notebook.
I think I'm gonna start doing that. Well, not think. I know I'm going to. That's why I quit my job and I plan on doing all of this stuff. Like I've been working on this for a while. I used to make a lot of money playing video games, and I went to school for computer science, and so I'm
Yeah,
very.
post to multiple platforms because YouTube is good as well.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah.
Yes. So just so before you go, I just want to mention why I said 420 th. There are 17 letters in the th realm between 4 and 20. There's intermissions
Go follow
between
him.
everything on 4. When you mention number 4, everything goes A, B, C. 1, 2, 3 equals to 6, and then 4 equals to 10. It's communication. 420, okay, is communication because it starts at 4th and ends at 20th. 4
Yeah.
plus 20 is 24. 4 times 20 is 80. 80 and 24 is 104. When you go to CB codes, the citizen band codes, that's the 10-4 code. Anyways, there's a lot more that goes with it. The bunny rabbit connects to it, Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, the whole thing. Have
That's
a good
awesome.
dinner.
Yeah. You guys have a good one too. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Bye. Because I'm switching myself around here now.
He looked like my brother.
Yeah, and then there's somebody on here.
That's so
Jenny wanted to
nice.
come up. Just give me a minute. I want to go through my just everything. I missed a lot of comments, so let me go back to mind bending mysteries. Thank you. The number 13 Oh boy, JR is here. How you doing? I was born in 75. Yes, we went through that. The number 13. 13 divided by 999,999, the connection between, like, we're part of the entire zodiac, and that's what spreads open to have the 13th moon over the 12th sun. Communication. So this is Telly's Journey Rose and site 421 birthday. Wow, I seen that number twice today. Wow, where did I see that number? 429 minus 17 was 412. That's what
Isn't
it
it
was.
fun that he had his art look just like some of the stuff I have done and some of the stuff you have done? Isn't
And
that
some of the
to
stuff
me
that,
shows me we're all kind of getting the same messages.
and the same thing is forbidden, the same stuff. But
Yes, I know. It's amazing.
yeah, and the stuff is clean. Do you know which triangle's the one triangle that goes upside down with the line through it?
Uh,
I'll show you in a
talking,
second
are you talking
because
about like a vertical or horizontal line?
horizontal line is because if we get two triangles and one has a line through it, will there be a reflection of light on a different angle? Is my question.
Well, those come from the star, the pentagram, their fire, earth, air, water, spirit.
You know, it's funny. Somebody said here, my last name is Ward. So I was thinking, is it the emergency ward or are you the AK ward? So when you say AK ward, is that spelled AK? So ace through king means you're the spirit. So you're awkward, you're the spirit without entering in within the soul, without being swallowed up. You know what I'm saying? Spirit gets integrated within the soul. 91 and 67. What is that total? 158? 91 minus 57 is 34, right? So I like that one better. We went lunar to solar. So the split of the alphabet is between lunar and solar. Our lunar birth from our solar birth, it's BIRTH instead of BEARTH. I'm just going through all the comments. All the planets that have cycles that are mapped. Yes, I like. You ever see that, Cynthia? Ever see the thing where they show you the sun and the moon moving and all the planets moving?
Yeah, they all create a different shape that they stack on top of each other. They make a sandwich.
Oh no, but this one here is they show you a flat Earth, and then they show you all the other planets outside and how everything is moving between the sun and the moon. Yeah, you've never seen it? I gotta find that.
What you're talking about? Yes, I've seen that perspective of a map. Yes.
I need to see that. Okay, Jenny said we don't need 8 billion divas. What does that mean?
That basically is like to introduce people to the zodiac. One way or another, people are going to understand the zodiac. We're going to understand what we're standing under.
But is that what that comment is?
Earth, you can believe in a globe Earth. It really doesn't matter what you believe the Earth is likened into, because your eyes are looking up. All the pyramids are pointing up. Everything is supposed to go up.
Okay, well, or everything is pointing down if we're all upside down. And the reason one of my nephews said to me,
yes, up is down, down is up. Yes, it can be reversed.
Because, like, first of all, like, I'm going to show you something. Like, let's say this is Earth, right? You can see this?
Yes.
This is us. Instead, we're standing up this way. Well, now we're here. And when we fall down, it's because we're being pulled down or pushed down from below. I'm just thinking about that because the ocean would do that to you, right? The ocean wants to push you up. When you go into water, what does it want to do to you before you sink?
Drown you? I don't know what you're.
When you go into water, what usually happens?
There's a vortex. You pierce the veil.
Well, no, but you have trouble when you're inside of water. You float, you don't float, but you can't actually keep yourself still because you're only can keep yourself still the water is moving you around. So I'm saying the area space, this area space here, I like to call it the ocean of space. But I feel like we're flipped upside down because it's the ocean that's sucking us. I don't remember how to explain this.
So the man in the mirror,
It's
the
like
mirror, the water is the mirror.
here's our head. Okay? This is us in life. Like I'm walking literally, my feet are up there on the ceiling. That's how we're all living. That's why we're being pulled down to the ground because of the way the energy is working. That's the only reason we can actually walk without falling is because we're upside down. Do you follow why I'm saying this? An airplane cannot get into the sky unless it goes against, well, it could, but it goes against the wind. And I'm just going to say, Ahmad said something to me. I have to read what this said. I'm just trying to see. The birthday, 14th of January, 206, suffering from bad these days. Will it change? Well, first of all, will you change? I don't know the way you were before, you know. And
I was going to say
this
that,
number,
but I just,
the 14th and January is living in a vibrational state. Okay, the 14th of January. In fact, the 14th is just, you know what the 14 is. 13 and 14 is where everything breaks apart, right? So you might be living on a negative side of 13. So what this means is 13, 14, 15, right? Right over here. You're at 14. This one is 14. Okay, 13 is here. Oh, sorry, this is 13, this is 14. There's a separation in between. So you're connected. You're connected to I don't know what to use with that. This is a number 5. It's the ocean might be wild within you. I don't know if it could be confusion. Like right now, you should be confused for sure. Because right now from March 24th or 25th until we get to April 9th, right? Where there's a lot of the seasons are changing, so there's a lot of change going on. Also, we're running through the spirit gates. Okay, the minimum number of days it takes is 14 to 15 days. The 7 times, listen, 7 days a week, 12 weeks equals 84 days. This is where I'm getting it from. It has to do with the cube. Okay, that's 84 days. To run around the ring of this cube, it takes 7 and then 7 days to get through at least 2 poles, communication. And that ends on April 8th. Okay, now at the same time, April 8th, so April 9th, you're out of it. The 7 and the 9, we spoke earlier about 7 and 9. That's the mother, the breath you take with inside the house. That's why the 7 and the 9 both have 4 letters on it. It's a relationship to the constellations and the house. Can you tell me something about that?
I like how you're connecting the cube to the zodiac and you're connecting the calendar with the numerics there for the 91st day. I like that because I like how you're kind of walking us through the calendar. I'm trying to do that with the zodiac too because we're in Aries right now.
Yeah, so they're like,
we can all learn together.
So what I did with the constellations is there's 88 constellations. There's 12 months in the year. The day is broken up into 12 parts, so into 12 zodiac signs of 2 hours each. Every third, you go 6 hours and then you change from a cardinal to a fixed, back to a cardinal, a fixed, a mutable, and you keep doing that over 4 times a day. You run into the fire, the earth, the air, and the water. You run into that how many times during the day? 3 times during the day each. So this is the rotation. You follow where I went with this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, turbulence. Good, Lanny. Turbulence. Do you know why I said that with the turbulence? Trinity ends on 84. Now we're going through the corridor. So we're in the days of turbulence for 28 days, but it ends on the 14th day. Everything starts to calm on the 14th day. There's only 14 to this ring. If you look at 3 sides of this, 2 sides is 14, 1 side is 7, right? No. If you look at this cube, there are 6 sides. It's 3.5 per side. So I need 10.5 days from the 24th of March. What day is that? Let's say 11 days. So that would be like April 5th. April 5th, April 6th. So yeah, so those will be the last 2-3 days, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and we'll be out of it on the 9th. So if anything has been gone wrong, and then the question is like this, you can ask the question, is there something in the Urantia world that's a Urantia, I call it the corrections, that for all the mistakes you ever made and the way you're thinking at the time of this transition, what were you doing before? It could be part of the karma. It could be part of the karma. Because we're living in a utopia world, right? Everything has to be corrected in the world. Well, you say, how come some people don't pay back? How do you know what people mentally pay back, right? How do you know what's happening in somebody else's world? Exactly,
There's
right?
lots of auto correction.
Yeah, auto correction. Yes, very good. Auto correction. Anything we see within our computers, right, is the same thing that's happening with us. We're no more different than a computer. How do you have a special relationship with the creator? I mean, the Jews, I mean, they were smart, right? In fact, I'm seeing a lot of people with big noses. So I don't know why they call the Jews with the big nose. Does anybody know that story? Because the French people out here have
We get
pretty
more
big,
oxygen, right?
more oxygen for sure.
I think they said a big nose is the sign of intelligence. I'm just
well,
telling you what the
well,
Google says.
I need my nose to get a little bit bigger then. Okay, so let me see if I'll bring up Jenny. We're gonna have to
You can
stay
have
on
a big
subject.
nose like your little character you drew on your chair.
Um,
Your
I
little
just wanted
spade man.
my character on my chair.
Your little spade man with the big honker.
Okay, hold on a second. Where do you see this? Show me.
You've shared it before. Your little drawing that you did with the spade man that has the big honker, the big
I'm
nose.
I'm gonna take a look. There's only one thing I know is a honker, and it's you only can squeeze it with your teeth. I think it's at the dentist. It like opens and it closes. On a bicycle.
No, I'm talking about a nose though.
Well, but you can honk the bicycle, and you can blow your nose, and you can have honk the trunk.
You
Or
can blow the bicycle's honker.
so
Yeah.
so just 1 second. We're gonna take a teeny weeny break. I was working on this. You remember this from yesterday?
Staircase. Some
This
stairs.
is just the E world. Hold on a second. Where's that card? See the E? Except this one is longer than those. You see, in the shamus, right? In the shamus is the longest, right? You
Yeah.
know what I'm talking about? For the menorah in
Oh yeah.
Hanukkah or Passover, whatever it is, when we light the candles, the center one's always the tallest. But when I put the E out there, it becomes the shortest. Why is that? Is it because it's my head that gets lit on the candle? Or is it because there should be two of these, one over there and one over here? And these are the longest, but the shortest one will be showing all of these in one single short one. They'll be all squished together into one world. That's another thing about my designs and some of the designs. If you see a perfect stop sign, right, take that stop sign and take it from a hexagon, okay, and put it into an octagon. Do you want me to show you? Say yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank God. Give me a minute. Transition from this two areas to one area to this. But if I took this and wanted to put it here, I can create this, and this is the Optimist Club, right? You ever see that? The Optimist Club with this design? But I can't put it down here. The only way for it to come down here, it would show me to the right side. or to the left side. See the way it's facing that way or that way? See, this one is to the center. See the way the octagon encompasses the hexagon? Do you follow what I'm doing? Now, how is all of this relevant? I mean, because we understand direction, right? So now, how is it relevant? You tell me, okay, in the deck of cards, if there's a relevance to understand what's going on in the mirror. Are you seeing anything that I'm putting up here, Sin?
Yeah.
You are?
Oh, I love the cards.
Hold on a second. I don't, there's something missing here.
You know, they have some new decks. The bicycle company has made new decks. And I really like they have a lot of the older graphics in it, but they have a lot of new stuff in it too. It's really neat.
Well, you know, in baseball also right now, we want to know who's on deck and the on deck circle. Right? You understand me? Who's in the on deck circle in baseball? So you just said they have a new deck. Upside down triangle. Yes. So the upside down triangle, the why I mentioned that before, and let me look on my phone. Just 1 second. Let me take, because we're going to be going on like a couple of minute break. It's lunchtime. Maybe people have to go make a pee-pee or something. Sacred geometry.
See, in the king, he's got the H and the I on his clothing. The kingpin.
I want to find the triangle for the moon. I don't know why I can't find it. Wow, there's so many of them. I know all these signs. Why I don't understand. Why did they call it sacred geometry when I've been doing this for 20 years before I opened up a computer? Show me the triangles of Show me the triangles of the moon. Show me the triangles for male, female. Show me the triangle for male, female. Okay, they show one up, one down, right? Isn't it funny the way they keep the air up here? You see the head, they're using the head as a ball.
Which one is the male and which one is the female? The down?
The female is down here. I don't know. Wide shoulders,
what does
big
it
waist.
say there on your screen?
Wide shoulders, big waist. This girl is pregnant, or this girl doesn't have this. Maybe this is her boobs. I don't know.
That's the boy.
That's the boy?
Male,
you can see it hanging?
Pointing down.
Okay, but you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for the triangles. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for the triangles. Or the crosses like this. You see this? Versus this? This has got the cutting edge. When we go on an angle on here, we're going twos or fours. When we're going across, right, with this, we're going with ones and threes. Twos and fours, ones and threes. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Is that the love triangle?
No, it's because of this. If you're going up and down, you're counting by threes. If you're going side by side, you're counting by ones. If you're going on this angle, you're counting by fours. And if you go on the opposite angle, you're counting by twos. So when I look at this, the cross, it's because I'm counting by ones and threes. Here, I'm counting by 2 and 4. 1, 3, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. It's all over. That's all you need to know. There's twos. There's 2, 4, 4, 2, and 1, 3. inside of the numbers. Okay, I'm taking a little break, a couple of minutes, and I'm going to play a song. What song? What song do you want to hear? What should we play? Everybody here now, if they heard that song,
Maybe you should just scroll. Maybe you should play like what is that game they have on The Price is Right, where they just scroll through and then it just stops with the pointer.
oh yeah, but I'm going to play the song I put on earlier, like the first one I made yesterday. I don't know if there's anybody new here, so I'm going to put on 2 songs now during this break. I'm quite sure everybody's got a little bit to do. So we're going to put this here and this here. Whoa. Oh, I ain't reaching down there to get it. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Here's a rough draft of your song, blending your thoughts into a rhythmic and lyrical form. What do I want to know? Tick tock, the clock never stops. Telling me to send hearts, telling me to drop, telling me to share, telling me to sign. Every word checked like the tame in my mind. Was it like this 80 years ago? New words, new rules, what do we really know? History whispers, but does it repeat? Or are we just numbers marching to the beat? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? 3 by 3 time turns in its dance. The zodiac shifts, is it fate or just chance? The chicken lays eggs, the cycle repeats. Numbers and patterns beneath all our feet. Am I old or just wide awake? Are my thoughts too deep or is this all fake? I've heard stories, I've seen the signs, but tell me, have you opened your mind? What do I want to know? Who's pulling the strings? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? Hi, I'm Mr. Japan's here to explore anomalies, questions, and so much more. So tell me now what's on your mind. Let's write the song of the undefined. Now, for the visual representation, I'll generate an image reflecting these themes, questions, anomalies, time, control, and cycles. Stay tuned. What do I want to know? Is it the church, the state, or the kings? Are we just cogs in a system so grand? Or architects shaping the lay of the land? Hi, I'm Mr. Japan's here to explore anomalies, questions, and so much more. So tell me now what's on your mind.
We're going to play one more. I'm going to go back. Let me see what this is.
So my spaceship's rolling on fumes. Oh no, the stars are calling, but I'm moving too slow. Cryo chambers warming, can't keep it cool. Got cosmic breakdown, need some fuel. Systems down, can't let my mission hit the ground. Throw me a spark, crashing screens going black. Lost connection, gotta bring it back. Four wheels spinning, but the engine cries. Need a warp drive just to ride. Systems down, can't let my mission hit the ground. Throw me a spark, light up the core. One little boost to fly once more. Power me up, keep the ship alive. Don't let my rocket take a nosedive. A little love, a little spark. Myself strong, light up the dark.
I really don't like that one. I'm going to play one more, then we're going to start back again. Actually not. We can begin right now. Everybody ready? We're down to 7. I knocked 3 off. I think somebody wanted... Oh, Cynthia disappeared. Okay. We have... Okay, and disappeared again. Yeah, and if those of you who know that this is all I do, right? This is all I do is I share, okay, the anomalies of life. You can go back as far as you want. You can associate anything. The gentleman that was on here before, I'm going to be posting this on my hi Rochelle, on my YouTube channel. For some reason, every time I go to download and repost, it posts 25 minutes of a 4-hour video, and I have to do it 3-4 times. For some reason, my Samsung phone won't let me upload it from my downloads, but my iPad will. Go figure that out. Just want to see, I have some comments here in this box here. Journeyman shared a photo. Can't go completely look at it. Chris shared a photo. 69 secrets to creation. Does anybody know anything about number 69? Right? Just trying to remember. I'm just trying to remember this. The 4th of January is the 169th day. Just give me a second. The January 4th, okay? Just give me a second. January 4th. Trying to figure out where I calculated this from. 369, 123. May 3rd is the 123rd day. Day, okay, May 121 or 11/11. That's right. 121st day. What did you say? Yes, that's right. May 1st. The 5th month, the 1st day. What's rocking in between? Our vibration. 4, 3, 2. Why? 5 and 1 are the bookends, and inside it's 4, 3, 2. Or you can also say like this: inside of 5 and 1 is 4, 3, and 2. And what is 4 and 3? All of 4, all of 3, and all of 2. The rotation, okay, inside of a number is 9 plus 1. The area encompassment of it all, 9 plus 1 area space. So every single number, what will you count it as? Will you count it as you see here? Nothing can be more than 8 surrounding 1. Will you count it as 9? Will you connect it 9 through 1 equaling to 10, 7 through 3 equaling to 10? If I did 7 and 3, that would be my air sign. If I did that, I'm leaving out 1 and 2 and 8 and 9. Gemini and Libra. You can also call it Uranus and Earth. Right? Even though I can go 1 over to 5, 2 over to 6, 3 over to 7. Even though I can go fire, fire, earth, earth, air, air. When I go fire, fire, I go 1 and 5 equals to 6, right? When I go earth, okay, I'm going to go 2 and 6 equals to 8 divided by the 7th gate. When I go air, okay, I go 3 and 7 equals to 10. And when I go water, okay, I'm going to go 4 and 8 equals to 12. Fire and water meet. So if you're born in the 8th month on the 4th day or the 4th month on the 8th day, and guess what? My grandmother's born in the 8th month on the 4th day. That's pretty ironic, right? I don't remember what day that is. I don't know why I think of Scorpio, you know? Why do I think of Scorpio or spiders in August? Why do I think like that, right? Do you know the reverse alphabet, the reverse months of 12? So when you reverse, hold on, I want to do the reverse 12 and 11 equals to 23. 13 and 12 equals to 25. Yes, okay. I had to remember what I was thinking about, right? 1 through 12, 1 through 13. So if I'm going to go, let's say, I'm going to go the 5th and the 10th. So if I go 1 through 5, 1 through 10, if I reverse it, it'll be 3 and the 8th and the 3rd. Look what happens to the 10th. The 10th comes into the 3rd world. RD. Not in the teacher heaven, time heaven, TH. Not the IETH, the TH, time heaven. The reverse of 13. Now, the reverse of 12 is not the same if I use the same thing. This will be check it out. Seven and 5 is like 8 and 5, where 3 and 10 is like 2 and 10. So if I get the 13 with 12, I'll be at -1 or 0. Bat mitzvah and bar mitzvah. Where do I get my information? What is the basis of my work? First of all, the alphabet. The calculator. Numbers are words. Colors could be mixtures, but they're words all the same. Alphabets and words have a number of letters per word. 1 letter, 2 letters, 3 letters, 4 letters. Have you ever seen a word that was an adjective with 4 letters or an add-on like NESS? You have the 1 letter add-on an S, add-on an ES, add-on an ED and ER. You can put the ER or the RE at the beginning of the word if you'd like to say it, right? Anomaly jams ahead. Tack my sister, my grandfather, and I are all Libras. You balance so much. Oh my God, Libras. Oh my God. Who wants to tell the truth? Who wants to hide the truth? What should be shared? What shouldn't be shared? How do you know when something is a lie when you haven't said anything at all? Right? How do you know that? Okay, you haven't said anything at all and you become the liar because you didn't share something you should have shared. Who said you should have shared something you were keeping as a secret because you knew if you were asked the question, you would be silent? Why do the Libras play with the blue ice? Why do the Libras play with the fire? The water and the fire, those who are Libra, it's the water and the fire. You're always playing with it with your air, the air sign, right? Why do they do it? Is it because they go down to the depths and they're always seeking higher? But they go down to the depths for the extra vibration. Remember, the gentleman said before, there's sativa and there's the sativa and indica. There's the SA and there's the IN. Oh my God. Look, you want to be sane? SAIN, sativa, indica. Okay, I like the Tiva and the Tika. The D and the T are sometimes misrepresented or understood. Yes, always seeking balance, but you know what? It's different for all of us. Some of us become psychotic. We become funnel vision or tunnel vision when we don't find our vision. Meaning, like I used to like all the sports, right? Because I had tunnel vision of what gave me my best vibration, right? And that's, I think, what made me like all the sports. Now, my secondary reason for liking sports, I like the adrenaline. Now, my thing is not because who's going to win, but it's just for, hold on to that ball. What would I do in that position? Oh, that was a good pass. I would have never thought of that. Maybe it's the time clock. Maybe it's something on the fields. Maybe it's something somebody might say, right? Maybe it's the enthusiasm. I don't know. What I really like about sports, okay, is I like to know that there are divisions. I like to know that there are conferences. I like to know that there are cities that have hockey teams, to the 4 conferences, to the 888 and 88 of 8 and 8 for Stanley's Cup. Why is it Stan Lee? Can we look up Stan Lee? Because if you look up Stan Lee, besides Stan Lee, what Stan Lee tools are and who makes Stan Lee tools, and why is it first and DNA within stand Lee? Oh, the fleur de lis within stand. God stands on 17, teaching us through the only tool that our good Lord has. Yeah, so that's what I see about balance. The sister, 515. Inside the word sister, unlike the grandfather, which is holding the DNA in grand. Why is it in grand? It'd be the grand slam, right? Would be grander, right? Judgment of grandeur. So the word judgment of grandeur Also looking at grandfather, is looking beyond understanding, where it became the grandfather from I am the child to my father, and my father's father is the grandfather. But when I go back the extra generation, there's now separation between my father and my grandfather's father, because I am connected to my father, connected to his father. My father's the in between. So we're both connected to that trinity. So when we go to the grandfather, we end up with this. So what happens is A, okay, goes into C. B is inside of C and becomes all of D. And then all of D is what gets the wedding ring. All of D over here. Because B is like D. A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. And then this one is what is between. It is the second finger too. It's the one center finger. Do you follow what I'm saying? The same thing on this dice cube over here. See that? Now the question is, should I take away these? No. These three fingers over here, okay? These three fingers over here, the way they point, what design are they actually making? The first, the third, and the fifth. That says the ace. It also says the divided sun. If it's saying the divided sun, okay, this would be E. Why would this be E? This would be B. This would be C, D, E, B, C. B, C, C, D, E, D, C. Nothing begins with A and B. A and B is what brought on C. So we sat on C, and C goes through the corridor of D. And now you have the CD, you got the compact disc, you have the cold, you have the hot, you have the purple, you have the constellations within the sky, you have the red pill and the blue pill coming together. Let me see, we have one new message. Okay, let me see where else we were with this. So back to over here. If I'm going to the 12 months, right, and I want to go back 5 months. Oh, wait a second. Did I do that right? Oh, wait a second. I was talking to the 13 moons. Right. Whoa. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I have to change this. I got a mistake. We have to call ER. Right? And remember I told you I didn't like ER, but now when I call ER, that might be the emergency room. The only emergency room I need is got a 4-letter word, and it's start, and the last 3 letters are forget it, not going to mention it. If you'd like to help out the channel, that'd be just utterly fantastic. Insane. You can share these. You can share these lives. I mean, the live. You can just share this channel with others. Monetarily, that'd be great. That way, I can get more of these books. Or if you want to send me these books, these are the only ones I like to use. I only feel good with these books. When it comes to the pens, the only one I really want to be writing with is I can use a dozen of these or better. And these pens are the ones I like the most. See the 1.6, right? Right now I'm using these because these are like $1.60, $1.80 each, or almost $2. You know, and they hardly last, but I like them. Maybe refills, I don't know what they are, but they feel good in my hand. It writes properly. I can think properly. I need to be able to think, and these are my tools, you know. This is the extension of my mind, you know. Oh, that's what I was doing before. I was looking for 396. Okay, one of the things I was talking before is I was looking just for a combination that went to 369, right? And that's where my January 4th came in. That's where my January 4th come in. And also 1 and 4 is just like 4 and 1. This can be culminated and misunderstood as April 1st. So January 4th through April 1st, although it's the 91st day, how many days? Take away 3 days, right? So 88 take away 3, 91 take away 3 is 88. I now match up with the constellations. Now I understand this. What is 4? The 369th day from last year into this year, right? To come into the corridor of the next year, you have to complete 3 days, and then we're to the other side of the corridor. 4 and 1 is part of the king's crowning and communication. So there's a possibility because of this expression over here, right, that I might have to connect all the months with 31 days and say it's 35 days, because from December plus January plus the 4 days of January create 35 days. 3.5 is the heart of the cube. Should I be doing that in every single month? Because if I did that on every single month, okay, that would mean on a 31-day month, I add on this, okay? And a 30-day month, I add on this. I add on 4, 5. That's the female connection. The male connection is this one here, 6 and 3, for the 360 degrees. The encompassment of the father inside the mother. The mother is the entire house. The mother goes inside of you. Your creation is 6 and 3. The mother, the sun, down there, 45. The injection from the moon, from the male connection, okay, 63. The proton, the neutron, the electron, or the proton, the electron, the neutron, right? Down there, add on 1 and 5, or add on IS, the penis, right? Well, the two sex organs together total to 63 and 54 equals to 117. Not only that, it says the word 11 is 63 as well. This is penis. Number 11 and 7, 7 come 11. It's exactly that. That's how you bring 77, the power of Christ. 1 and 1 is 2 inside the house of bait. Reservation for Brown, the money world. 31 days, January 31st. Did I get this right? January 31st. Look at that. Look at that. But the question is, should we not be starting from this date? This is the starting date. So for me, when I start the year, I should be starting right over here. Or would this be the first time, right? What happens on this? Are we running into a full moon, into the leap year? What's happening on February 29th? You notice February 29th, every 4th year, okay? If we follow the moon cycle for February 29th, that's a starting point. I think it's very important. Very important. That's your 9/11 right here. Your birth into the house is the 9/11 right to begin with. You cannot reduce it because the minimum, okay, is 9 and 2. That's the minimum. Because within the birth of the minimum, it ignites every other world, okay, to ignite within you. You're from out of the mother, you're out from the belly button, right? And look at that. You have duality right there. You have one nose. When you split it, it becomes 0.5. So if you want to understand what is 0.5, your ears, no, got an ear on each side, got an eye on each side. You split your mouth in half. So we got to think about that. So maybe I'll split the numeric value for mouth or lips. Inside your mouth is location of the teacher. Maybe it's your tongue, TH. 17, 17, 7, 8, 9, 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. 7 and 10, 8 and 9. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1 times 8, 1 plus 8. 8 and 9 equals to 17, 0, 1. A. 5 times 2, 5 plus 2 equals 7, 10, 17. C. A, and C. This is your ACQ. Now, I'm not 100% sure what everything means. I can't explain it. Okay. 17 is going to fit in with Mars. 3 by 17, the Trinity. Right? That's number one. What I did is 10 minus 7. 3 by 17 is 51. Mars is 51. The vibration within us. There's a reduction between 100% to come down to 70%. But that 10, that 3 that's missing over here is the breath. We are 6 plus 1 equals to 7. We're born on day 6. God rested, right, in the breath that gave us the light of life inside the airborne. We are born, the heaven's birth within that breath. The difference of this, the thing is, this 5 and 2 and this 7 and 10 is expressed more than once. First off, it looks like 1 and 7. That's number one. Okay. The other thing is the chakras run through 1 and 7. That's number 2. We have balance and we have Capricorn, number 3, in which inverts into Cancer. Did I get that right? No, inverts into Gemini and inverts into Virgo. Gemini and Virgo coming together. Is that 3 and 6 coming together? Yeah, that is. 3 and 6 come together. They're both going to be they're going to be duplicating. I don't know if it's a cardinal or fixed sign, whatever that was, right? The other thing about this is the French. The French, when they say 10 and 7, when they say the letter G and J, which is the 10th and the 7th letter, right? They say J is a G sound and G is a J sound. They do this with the I and the E, and they also do it with the J and the G. Just give me a second. I interrupted myself and let somebody come up. It's more interesting when somebody asks me a question to figure something out and why. More interesting when somebody asks me a question to figure something out and why. More interesting when somebody asks me a question to figure something out and why. Yes, Zen, would you like to say something? Welcome. Would you like to say something? Welcome.
Bro, I gotta leave and come back.
Would you like to say? So, well, that was that for now. Okay, so let me finish with this 17. You know what? I should ask everybody to, before they come up, if they have a word they'd like to say before, to make it easier on everybody, just in case, we fall into. Okay, so anyways, yes. So what happens is I added it and then I minused it from both of them. That's why I ended up with 9 minus 8 is 1 and 10 minus 7 is 3. Come up with these two. So 7, 8, 9, 10 work together. 7, 8, 9, 10. A, B, C, D work together. And like I said, nothing begins at A and B. It starts at C, and then we run the corridor to D. So I don't know if we're going from D to C or C to D. I don't know if we're going up or down or which way. Is it the communication? I don't know. I don't know which way it's going. Just give me a second. I just had a maybe a message. Okay, so so that's your 17Q. So in French, okay, en français, in French, they say 10 as 10. Okay. Now, when they're talking about 17, 18, 19, no other number, I'm sorry, not only 17, 18, 19, but it's 17, 18, and 19. 17, 18, 19. In French, they will say 17 as 10, 7. They will say 18 as 10, 8. They will say 19 as 10, 9. So in each one of these, they're going to mention Capricorn, 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 okay? From Mars to the sun to the moon, A, B, C. And it's happening at the equator, right over here. Why do I say this is the equator? Because 180 degrees divides at 190 degrees. So if you drop 180 degrees and you rise the 180, or 18 and 18 for 36, you meet at the fine line center of 360. It doesn't seem like when you have 36 numbers, there's no heart. You had to drill a hole at the center of the core in order to, and when you drilled that hole, you created the circumference evenly amongst the four. Unlike an odd number like 37, where in 37 on the roulette wheel, or in numbers, you're going to have a half area space. When counting, okay, if I count, the beehive way of counting is there's one dot here, there's two dots here, there's one dot here. These two dots are in between this dot and this dot. And this area here, this square here, is an area space. These two chop the area space in half. So therefore, when I'm counting, this way, I'll go 1 and 3, keeping center for the center. And I'll have two area spaces here. Here, look at that. I got 1 line and 3 lines. I got 1 dot and 3 dots. I counted by twos. Now, if you want to get the 2, 4, just put a dot here and a dot here. I'll get the 2, 4 dot, which is a 1, 3 line. Here, I'm counting 1, then 2, then 3. And everything gets chopped in half, but counting by twos, it doesn't. I get my whole area space, telling me that things are cut in half. Therefore, if I'm going to create the letter A on this angle over here, right? The letter A is telling me I'm chopping things in half, and because I'm counting by halves. The other thing about that is, there's one thing not to forget is we're living this way. So what we think is straight might not be straight at all. And that's why when we're counting this way, we're actually doing things this way, but everything's cutting in half. The ace is a right angle and a left angle. They did it this way. They showed you both sides. You decide. And one of the places I do decide with that is right over here. That's where I make the decision, where I know that I letter, right? The dot on the I. Okay, I like to say sometimes it's the breath I take, the shamus, right? The heart candle. Call this whatever you want, the candle lighter, okay? The menorah, whatever you want to call it, right? Oh, hey, Zeno, how you doing? So we're going to put you back up here. Boop.
Hello?
Hello, how you doing?
Oh shit. I'm good, bro. I just wanted to I don't know, I was just watching a lot, but I feel like I'm more I watch better if I'm involved type of thing. Even if I'm not talking, just having the ability to chime in or ask a question. if need be, or even contribute to the conversation if I feel like I'm able to at a certain point. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, there's got to be something you can say. What can we do? Number 27, number 29, black, brown, blue, green. Pick a color, pick a number.
You talking to me?
Yeah, yeah, you.
And what are we picking for again?
Nothing. Just so I can look at it. Like
Okay.
if you want me to do it for you.
Wait, what's the what you want me to pick from again?
Oh, any color. Let's
Oh,
like if you play the game of pool, right? You know that there's a do you play pool, darts, hockey? What sports do you know?
uh, I played pool not too long ago. That's probably the most recent out of those.
So there's 15 balls, right? Plus the
Mm-hmm.
plus the white one.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a controversy on the table. You can't sink the black one with the white one at the beginning of the game. I mean, you can sink it as the first shot and you win the game. And at the end of the game, you have to sink it last. Correct?
Correct.
The eight ball is different from all the other balls, but it does have a great similarity. The only reason I'm doing this right now is because I don't know what you know about what I do. So I'm just showing you, just jumping into the game of pool. Since you know a little bit about it, you're just going to look at the game maybe a little bit different when you go play next time.
Right. If I had to pick a color, I'm probably gonna go with my favorite color, orange.
Orange is number 60. It's the 5 ball and the 13 ball. 135. The first letter in the alphabet is.
The first letter is A, right? The
Yes.
first
What's the third letter?
C,
What's the fifth letter?
F,
No.
A, B, C, D, E, F. F, right? Is this
A,
that's
B, C, D, E.
E, E,
So
F,
you have the first letter, the third letter, and the fifth letter, and it says ace.
the first
So do you know why
letter.
I said 1, 3, and 5?
I feel like you were speaking on it earlier, right? You were speaking on it.
Oh, yeah, don't you worry. I repeat myself, I repeat myself, I repeat myself, and I repeat myself. And if you don't listen carefully, in one time that I repeat myself, I might add something to it because I'm learning on the go.
Now, clearly, I need you to refresh me because I
Okay, no, I'm going
remember
to
you.
tell you because I didn't mention it. The thing is with pool, the 13, all the balls are, there's a separation of 7 in pool between all the balls, meaning that there's, hold on, is it 7 or is it 7? Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So then the next ball would be the 9 ball. So it's the 1 ball and the 9 ball. You're either the stripe or the solid.
Okay.
So now if you look at if you look at these numbers, you're going to go, oh my God, is 1 on this side, 9 on the other side? Am I missing 6 balls? Is there something missing in this equation? Right. So there's definitely something missing in this equation because we only have 9. How do we get the 15? Why do we have 7? Because guess what? We need 2 calculators to play this. 9 on this side, 9 on this side. But we only get to use 7 of 9 and 7 of 9. And why do I say that? Is because on this cube, right, you only get to, they only use 7 of 9. It's the same thing as, this comparison is the same thing as you being asleep and you being awake. Your heart's still beating, but it's not the same thing. It can be the same as, I'm just trying to see all the opposites. You can't be going this way if you're going that way. You're coming from this way and going that way. This eliminates already a direction. You follow me with that?
You're coming from this way, going
There's
that way.
8 directions, right? You can, if you're coming from somewhere, you can go in any of the other 7 directions that are left over.
Well, without the kind of like the explanation, I kind of already agree with the not being like. Does space time continuum like link into this or no? Is that
Okay,
like
I don't link that into it, but you know what? For me, okay, if there's a continuation of life, if we do have an IP address and everybody has their own connection to the Lord, to their which of their choice, right? But guess what? No matter who you choose, guess what? Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. That was the best breath of air I've ever had. Can you do that?
Yo, yeah.
Well, guess what? I don't care whose God is whose God, but that breath of air is on the same planet I live. So I don't care who gave it to me. I'm going to use it well. I'm not going to stress myself or anybody around me. I'm not going through the red light until it turns green. I'm stopping at all the stop signs, and I'm looking at the mirror, and I'm going to look in the mirror, and I'm going to say, everybody out there is just like me. And if I don't want to be interfered with, I'm not going to interfere them. It's their choice. But it's hard for people to make choices, okay, in which we've delusioned everybody from which direction they should be going and how they should be choosing that direction.
Was your thing before you got on that? Was it like that? There is no direction.
No, we're coming from one direction.
All right, so there is direction. You're saying, and you said we're coming from one.
We're coming from one direction. And we can go any of the other 7.
Okay.
Even if we're coming, and then we can do it a little different. We can come out from the heart, and then we can go into 8 directions. But once we're outside of the heart, okay, there's only 7 numbers left over. I'll show you, make it easier. You see the over here?
Yeah.
There's 8. But if you're this one over here in the corner, there's only 7. And it doesn't matter which one of these you choose to be, there's only going to be 7. 1 of you and 7 others.
Right.
And then the 1 at the heart. And this is where the G comes in. Everybody's always connected to the heart, the 5. That's the ocean. That's the power. This is a total of 9 over here, right? I know I jumped off the subject, or should I forget about this and go back? No, let's just go here for a second. There's an area of 9 here, right? Whoop. 3, 3, 3. That's it. So the area of 9, if it had to be divided fairly, right, I would put the lowest 4 at the bottom. I don't want to, I'm just putting 4 areas. Forget about the numbers. Just 4 areas here and 4 areas here. Everybody gets to share number 5. So it'd be 1, 4, 4. 4 areas, 4 areas, 1 area. That's how I associate this calculator, the understanding of 9, of what 9 is. Our birth is 9 months. Our birthday is 12. Our association to creation. Father, mother, alpha, beta, into creation. Everything begins on 3. Our birth is 9. We come into life as 6. We are the 6th born with the 1 extra point, Sunday afternoon. Just after church, we head over to the football to see the 6 points for the touchdown child. 10 touchdown child, okay, T and D is 10-4. It's also for communication. But to get back to the game of pool, why I mentioned 5-1-3 is because the ACE, the reduction of the word sun, S-U-N, S equals to 1, U equals to 3, and N equals to 5. And because ACE, the A letter, is used as ace in the deck of cards, it can be split down the center and still remain the ace to the left side and to the right side. Therefore, I understood because the ace can now be split down the center, and just like the candle holder can split the one light, the shamus in the center to all, I now understand that the house has been divided and the Lord shares the breath with both sides of the house, the bet and the vet. We live in the E world. Everything we do, The carbon dioxide comes out, goes to the other side, corrections come back in, connected to the creator at all times. The light is within you. Just breathe and choose. That's the way I see it. So when I look at the 13 ball and the 5 ball in pool, I can also look at the service of the 153 fish, right? And the 153 fish that come into school, schools come with a teacher. Also, I looked at fish as being something to do learning. So it's coming from the sun, right? Now, who is the sun? The sun is Ra. And it's supposed to be the father. So through the breath, through the energy within the house, which is the mother, that you're capable of having that transport of the message from the Father in every breath we take. And this is where the 13 and the 5 ball come in. Also, the 13 and the 5 ball says sun in it, but it's a creation of what is the spirit and the soul, because in order to create the color orange, which is the 5 ball, you need what is the soul and spirit, right? Which is the yellow and the red. And the yellow and the red ball, okay, is going to be what is the 1 and the 9 ball and the 3 and the 11 ball in pool. And we know that 19, the AI, is in the yellow ball. It comes in the soul. It comes within you. That one dot comes between you. And it's been shown to me, all my deduction as reason comes through the games. You know what I'm saying? We come into the E world and we reside as 6. Right? As 6, we come into the E worlds because we're always connected to the oceans 5 and 6, oceans 11, right?
Why are you calling it the E world? What that mean? What's the E? Like, what does that mean?
The E world is this one over here, the 5th letter.
Oh, so like, okay, all right.
And also the I and the E are connected together. I'm going to explain to you why.
Look, I got a few like ideas. Like when you say 5 is like the heart chakra. You said, right? It correlates to the heart, and they say like heart is earth, you know, and earth is E. So I don't know. That's kind of like how I just rationalized it.
Yes, and you're living with the same breath that the earth lives.
Okay.
The trees, we're all. You smell the flowers. Oh my God! If it wasn't good for me, why am I smelling the flowers? We ingest the flowers by the breath.
Like the circadian rhythm.
Okay, I don't know all the terminologies, but I'll take that. I'll take that.
Like, cause we breathe in oxygen, breathe out what's it called, carbon
Dioxide,
and the trees breathe that in and
right,
push out oxygen.
Right, and they say that the father is the trees, right?
I never heard that, but I'm like, that's why I'm here. I like to learn. So
look at this. You know what this is?
No.
It's a tree. Some people who mispronounce 3 say tree.
Okay.
It's connected to the earth. It's connected to the sky. It's connected to everything.
Tree 3. Okay.
I think it's connected to 3 of the 4 signs, and it can create from within the fire. The earth, they plant the tree in the earth. The tree, it changes the carbon dioxide for oxygen. It drinks the water from the air, right? It produces different kinds of whatever, the sev, I call it the sev that goes up and down, which is the tree food from the ground. It's being fed by the ground, intravenous. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So have you ever thought of the word intravenous?
No, I never heard of that word. I never heard of that.
Oh, intravenous is when you go in hospitals, they give you intravenous or of something if you're missing to get fed. I think that's what it is. So if you listen to the word intravenous in my language, inter or enter, right? Or terre in French, meaning earth, and Venus is Venus, the planet, is because the heart of life, 1 and 2, is coming into the life. What was given life was earth, was given life through the creator, or a different kind of life, a human life.
TRA.
TRA?
You talking to the comments?
Intravenous, yeah.
And I like it even more because you're putting Tartaria into that. How you doing? How
Good.
do I pronounce that? Canigula?
Canna lingua.
Canalingua.
Language of cannabis in Latin.
Oh, canalingua. Okay. Cannabis in Latin. Canalingua. It sound, you know what it sort of sounds like when I read it? It sort of seems like it's Italian from lingua, and I'm like linguini or something, or a lizard or something.
Well, you got it. I'm Calabrese. So you're right.
And you got the word alignment within that word. You also, and what I like in the word right now is there's an association of the word, and I'm going way off track now, of the word 20. I don't know why I see that.
Word 20.
Yeah, from French, from the French language. The IN coming into it. It's just because the back door to the V. No, anyways, forget about that. How you doing?
What do you mean 20 in French? What does that mean?
Vin means 20. 20 is completion.
Oh.
It's completion in my world. Wait.
No, I agree. I've been noticing that lately with numbers. 20 seems to be like an end or a completion. Yeah.
I'm gonna show to you why. But how you doing anyways? What can you share with us before I start explaining to you why?
Nothing. I'm just loving what you're saying. I like Zen. I feel more. I feel better being like able to make a comment or just maybe add something quickly.
Look at that, blaming it all on me, and I'm even interrupting it with him. Sorry about that. Go ahead. What?
No, you're good. It's an interesting conversation, and the way we're talking, sometimes the stuff that I have to say is only relevant at that particular time. So it's kind of useless to put into the comments. So I'd rather just, have a conversation like real life.
So that's really absolutely true because usually before I begin, right, I like to come out and say, if you're going to say something, remember, I might not see it right away. So cut and paste. I know it's like two bulls coming to get, what did you say? Every time you write something and you have to hold it in and then it just takes away everything. You can't get with the flow. Everybody's got to sit by the campfire. Somebody's got to raise their hand up. And that's why, or there was a little button. I wish there was buttons on the side so everybody can press the button. There's still frustration within the groups. I can't believe how many people are arguing with each other,
Well, that's not normal way to communicate. We're supposed to be in person, and 80% of communication is body language. So we're missing a ton of it as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're missing the energy transfer. All we're doing is words and maybe facial faces, but not even most of the time.
I'm going to talk to my pet cube. My pet cube is so much happier than me. Can you make me happy?
Yeah.
I got many pet cubes. This one doesn't like me anymore. So I had to put it away. I don't want to leave it. I got two.
Yeah.
Yes, so I was going to show you that 20. Oh my God. I don't know why I did this, but out of a box a couple of years ago, I pulled this out. And it just so happens it just popped back up at me in the year of the snake.
I think you know why.
So so here's the basics of what did you just say that I came back to say? Oh yes, 20. The system of the cube runs to 231. Okay, I call it the power source. Actually, I don't call it the power source. It's not fair. And source is also water. So if you're going to run water, you're going to go 4, 8, 12. So we're going to do Pisces in water, Scorpio in water, and Cancer in water, right? Because those are all the water signs. And then when we do that, I'm going to have to put out the 4, 8, 12, 4, 8, 12, 3, 4, 4 and 8 are in the same, no, none of them are. 4, 3, 7, 8, 3, 11. No, none of them are. I think it's one of the cardinal, mutable, and fixed signs. I think they're 3 separate ones. Is that correct? It has to be. Has to be. Let me not be wrong. Hold on a second. Whoop.
I was reading the comments. I'm not following. Shanks blocks.
Okay, yes, it's a cardinal mutable fixed. Okay, I'm going to explain this. Okay, let me take off the background for a second.
Wait, what is that? What is that? That was in the background.
That's just like a menorah. Have you ever heard of what a menorah is? It's just a candle holder, but they use it on, I think, Passover, or they use it in different places. I don't know. Candelabra. But that's the heart, right? That's the heart. This one is the shamus. The center is the shamus, and it lights the candle, usually, I think, to the right. And then after it lights whatever number of candles to the right, it'll light to the left. The thing about the 8 days of Hanukkah is when you add up 1 through 8, it equals to 36, like 360 degrees. Plus, you light up the shamus every single day, equals to 9, equals to 45. Now it represents female and the passage of the light, of the torch.
All right. I didn't want to get you off topic. I just wanted to see what that was. It was reminding me of the like you said, Hanukkah. Like they use it on the holiday. I forget what it's called though.
The menorah?
Yeah, but it's something else, bro. It's something else. It's something. They use it on Hanukkah though, and I don't know if you can say the group of people's names on here or not.
What was it, a name, or what is the different types of menorahs?
Like, bro, the Jewish people, bro.
Okay, so hold on, I have a bunch of them. Oh yeah. So you know what's really weird? Check this out, this picture. It has an E at the bottom. So it's showing me the basic brace to hold something up is this E of what you see. So this is the menorah.
Bro, that's what that's called, bro. I never heard that.
Yeah, they call it the menorah, but it's funny that usually I see the center one higher than any other, but in this one I don't. Why? Why did they do that? They changed. And I also like to look at it as Neptune. And maybe oil in the old day was water, and water was wine. Because listen, they turned water into wine.
Right.
Scientifically speaking, that's only adding 2 carbons, right? Because it's an ethyl.
Okay, that's good. I'm happy you said ethyl. That's very, very good. Do you know ethyl is also related to cows?
Nope.
Yeah, because yes, we have to. Everything I do has to work off of TV and cartoons, things that were fair. And there was Ethel the cow.
And
And
how does ethyl relate to?
well, now the cow has 4 titties, and the goat has 2 titties. So they're crossovers.
Yeah. So with naming of molecules, it goes meth, eth, prop, bute. Bute is 4, F is 2. Meth is 1, meth, eth, prop, bute, pent, hex, hept, oct, non-dec.
Okay, say I'm writing this down. Can you? Meth is 1.
Meth, eth, prop.
How do you spell prop?
P-R-O-P.
P-R-O-P. Okay.
Prop, bute, B-U-Y-T. Pent, which is 5, P-E-N-T.
P-E-N-T.
Yeah, like pentagram.
Okay.
Metheth, prop, bute. Metheth, prop, bute, pent, hex, which is 6. Then sept, which is 7. Oct is 8. Non, NON is 9. And then DEC, DEC is 10. Hey, what's up?
Okay,
Good to
so
see you. Haven't seen you around. Good, good. Good to see you.
okay, so I'm just gonna speak about this. You said meth, right?
Yes.
Is this right?
Metheth, pro, butte, pen. I can't. Can you lift it up? The comments are in the way.
Oh.
Now it
Well,
disappeared.
you could take the candles down. My fault, bro. That was my
That's
fault.
okay. There's no fault. No fault insurance here.
Metheth, pro, butte, pen, hex. You missed sept.
How you doing, Jenny?
Yes. 7
Hi.
is sept.
Oh, what is
That's
that?
all.
What am I
That's
missing?
all right. That's all right, except you missed 7 is sept.
Okay.
SEPT.
Okay, so now my question is, what are these things?
So this is nomenclature for naming molecules in chemistry. So when you have a new branch, like say you're making a new molecule and you put one new carbon atom on a molecule, that would be a methyl something. If it's 2 carbon atoms, it's an ethyl something. If it's 3,
no,
it's
hold on, stop, hold on. Slow down, because I have to write this down. I have to see what you're doing so I can see the structure in the word.
Okay, so imagine a hexagon. Draw a hexagon, right?
Oh, but
So
first I
that's
want you to tell me the words first before I start drawing. Like you said, carbon, one carbon added.
So if you have an aromatic hydrocarbon, which is a hexagon, that's what we smell. It attaches inside of our sense in our nose.
Okay.
So it's a hexagon, right?
Okay.
It's carbons linked in a hexagon shape. If you add one carbon chain coming off of that hexagon, now that's meth. That's a methyl aerocarbon. If there are 2 carbons coming off of that, that's ethyl.
Oh, ethyl,
Right.
Al.
No, it's ways to name.
Okay,
It's
so are
nomenclature
these only
for
parts
chemistry.
of names?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
okay.
parts. It's how to name chemicals. Like if you see a structure, an element, a chemical structure, it's a way. It's the way to use proper nomenclature to say it properly.
Nomenclature.
Nomenclature.
What? Who is that?
I'll put it in the comments.
Yeah, I feel so dumb. I'm just.
I would say, nomenclature
don't,
has to do
because
with gaming something.
with
In
what?
my experience, nomenclature is a utilization of tessellating in the esoteric economy where people are gaming one another. That is my understood definition. I know that nomenclature can also count for, the use of words, someone saying full throttle, pertaining energy communications. And so when you talk about ethyl, what I get is in the bloodline community, there was 2 events that were very, very strange and erratic. Why would you put the name of a brother onto a presidential library when he was only the attorney general? And why would you have his wife, Ethel, seated at the place of honor and not his widow, who was placed 3 seats down? That's interesting at both of the events. And why would you have Joseph speaking extensively at the funeral, not the funeral, the dedication of the library, as well as the rededication of the library?
Who's Joseph?
Joseph is Robert Kennedy's son.
Okay, when was this?
So this was the first dedication of the library was in 1980. The subsequent rededication of the library took place in 1993.
Okay, so I'm just trying to find my connection here. So my connection right here is going to connect Kennedy to this, right?
I would assume so, since Ethel came into it.
Hey,
and
who
that
is
was
she?
Ethel was Bobby Kennedy's widow.
Okay, so when you bring Ethel into this, sorry, I think I made a mistake. This might be coming out of the Flintstones, and it might be the elephant for memory. Okay, and memory
Okay.
mem might also be what you do is you call in the shredder to shred the information.
Hmm.
This is what I'm getting out of what you're telling me.
I understand.
So that's what, because I'm trying to keep
Because
everything into a
there's
small
also
window of, because if we go too
there's also
far,
communications that are there's communications of not shredding but shedding of the internet, which is the addition of water.
right, right,
Water
right,
is
right,
everything.
right. So good, very good, because maybe that's why the times are rushing right now. Tons of information,
Yeah.
not enough place
Amen.
to store it,
Yeah.
and it's warming. Whatever it's warming up, you notice the way it's only warming up in specific places, like in the Arctic, where they're trying to keep it cold. It's only warming up in certain places. And if
Okay,
you
then I have a
notice,
message for you. Then you need to listen to, you know about Starfish Prime, correct?
well, one second before we get to that, let me just
Yeah.
explain this. Is what's happening now is, and I mentioned this three weeks ago, is that every single spring we always get flooding, regardless of how much snow, because it has nothing to do with how much snow we get, but how much shedding of the information that is left over and backed up before the winter ends, and they must let it go. And at the same
Yes.
time, when they back up this information, all the
Yes.
systems heat up and they need to cool it down quicker. So it's
Mm-hmm.
spread between more of the networks. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
everything stays cool. So it's melting more and more and more because they're occupying more and more space with the system they use. They need to
Physically,
change from
or
they need to change from the analog system to a digital system. They have to
Mm-hmm.
figure out how our high vibration, how our communication through our carbon and our dioxide. And one of the keys to this is the pig
Mm-hmm.
in this. So now I'm going to
Internet service provider. Mm-hmm. That is G.
G.
Yeah, internet service provider, which is G. Pig. They slit her open like a pig.
Wow, Bell.
Yeah.
I wrote about this years and years ago. Did you know the numbers to Bell is 2, 5, and 3? The same thing backwards is 235, which is half of where we are right now. We're at halftime right now. Why do I call it halftime right now? Because the numeric value for time is 47, right? And who's at the helm at 47 right now? The word for time is 47. 23.5, right? I think is that Earth tilt or axis, and also the separation between in the alphabet between C and D on the backside is W and X. W
Interesting.
is the 23rd letter, X is the 24th letter. And guess what? We were there on from March 24th to April 23rd. We are in that marking right now.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
We're in that marking. That's that doorway. So I'm just trying to figure out the 23rd of April is 22 days after the first. So it's the 113th day.
Wow.
114th day, we're on the other side. That's very funny. 6 by 19 is 114. And this equation shows the same thing. Once we reach the teacher. So the two of them disappeared? What happened? We were having a big conversation between us. Oh, that was weird.
Oh no.
That was weird. So what happened is I was talking about what is 20, right? So when you add the 1, 2, 3, I throw them out. The corridor is between 3 and 4. It takes 1 and 2 to create 3 to run over to 4. TH, when you're running first, second, third, and fourth, right? You're getting the gold, the silver, and the bronze. And after that, it's runner up all the way to 20th. The total is 114, which is 6 by 19. It's something inside the Quran. The total of the cube runs to 231. Why I called it the power is because the number of 3 times 77 base value, or 11 times 7, or 7 by 11, which is the cube, right? And this is the cube, all 21 dots on the cube. 77 is the power of Christ. 7 and 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. It's a water source.
Energy. A. E.
What's it?
Yep.
What's that?
I said when you get to 5, it's always energy. E.
Yeah, energy. EF. 5 is the energy. It's the ocean. Everything plugs up to it.
Yes. Yes.
So
Correct.
1 plugs up to 5 with 4. 2 plugs up to 5 with 3. 4 plugs up to 5 with 1. How does 6 plug up to 5 minus 1? 7 over to 5 minus 2. 8 over to 5 minus 3. 9 over to 5 minus 4. We start over at 10.
Okay. Yeah. And so what you said, I was told that Aquarius in word drop, the Aquarius started on April the 1st. On astrological New Year, I was told that it began.
You're not the first one. So you're talking about, hold on, the new age of Aquarius happened on April 1st?
That's what I was told.
So April 1st is the
Astrological
360.
New Year.
So let me just see something here. Wow, how far back did I put January 5th? 4th?
Well, that's coming right up. If you were working with the 4th and the 5th, that's to the 6th with his Epiphany. But Antioch Epiphanies, they played Antioch Epiphanies. Slit her open like a pig.
Yeah, 9 7, the
Follow
strongest.
the humor. This the humor. It's the shtick. It's the pun.
The strongest number is the pig, 977. You can't get any stronger than that.
What I was told is that my grandmother, 9 is important. My grandmother was number 9, born on the continent from Sweden, in hidden Magdaleontina Carlson Ricard clang 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 goes to Charlie.
What does that mean? Cling, cling, cling goes to Charlie.
Clang clang clang. They took the name Clan of G. They changed their name from Ricard when they came over on the boat because they were told to. They told my grandfather Gustav, Carl Gustav Ricard, to change his name to Clang.
Clang,
And my Clang is because it sounds more American, he was told. So Clan of G, family of G.
Family of strength. All it is 1, 3, 5, 7. When I see the 7, right, that is your communication. You know, the 1, the 3, the 5, the 1, 3, 5, and 9 are all heart positions. The 7th position is the communication position. I'm not sure exactly how it works. It's the communication amongst everything. The place I find that is when you look at the deck of cards, right? And I was showing the 5 before. Just trying to see where the 9 is.
Right before today.
6 and here's the 9. So you can see the 4 corners and the heart are all the same.
I'll tell you this, at the rededication of the library, John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. made a dog paw on the name of William Jefferson Clinton, and he said the heart out loud, and it's on audio video recording from the rededication of the library.
So now you can look underneath and see from the paw, and I just did this design. The paw has a special design underneath it. So take a look at that design because that's why they put the paw mark. For that expression, and it could be a bell.
That's interesting. Somebody's saying that they've seen that Aquarius was 1963. I understand that people have another path that they're trying to go through a paw. I get that through the father, but he is not the biological father of JFK Jr. The biological father is a Wisconsin move.
Is what?
Is a Wisconsin move on the house of blood. French for Blewett, right? My name is Blewett. In French, that means B-L-O-E-T, blood, on the house of
blueberry.
blood.
It's actually it's a royal blood because it's blueberry.
Right. So they played that, but what happened was they ran it in the wrong direction, and the state's guarantor of the signature on the tessellation work that the governor ran was by a woman named Val Phillips, who was the first Black Secretary of State in the nation. And I believe that the person who was entrusted with that knowledge and confirmation is John Kerry of Skull and Bones, because he matches up in a mirror, because he was a Skull and Bones Secretary of State. And what happened is they were not running it. They ran it on a farce without blood backing. And I believe that my lineage allowed for that, not just with the Clangs, but Esquel Alba, because they made arrangements with the Windsor family via Joseph back in the 30s to take out the real Squale Alba, which is the High King. Squaling meaning a pun. She's squealing, she's screaming, she's talking. There are toxins when you tell of the secret.
Wow, squalene. Wow, it runs perfect into
Yeah.
squawking.
Right.
So
And
our
so-
talking is our bird mouth. So that's funny you said that.
Yes, yes.
So where's our fish?
Well, is it Whitefish Bay? I would like
Okay.
to know that.
I'm going to just hold on. Before we get there, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what happened is the Flintstones, okay?
Please. Yeah.
The Flintstones took the beak and put it on the record. So are we speaking because of pre-recorded time?
Yes.
The burning out of the light? So what I understand this is this. The game was created. Our personal game wasn't created. We came into the game and we came out of the box with life already here. And we went on from there. And then eventually, like the pinball in the machine, we pull it back, the ball goes out, and it never returns to the sender. It goes down the other hole. And usually in the pinball game, you get 3 balls.
Right. Right. That makes sense, because they were working with it with alternates concerning him, who is outside and runs the energy of the simulation work, is one person, but it was tied through Catholic theology of the hypostatic union, not between Nazareth and Daddy and Spirit, but through man and woman, husband, wife. And then you hit into the Camelot communications concerning a surrendered knight elevating his woman in true chivalry to save her. And as I understand, have you familiarized yourself with the Orc theory by Penrose and Hammer? You know it? It's excellent. Oh, it's about quantum consciousness. They have theory concerning microtubules and water in the neurology, because the advanced intelligences can't process. They say Susan, which is nuisance or nuance. And the nuance of the water in the brain is the Watergate, because they want to come home to receive a baptism of water, because out there with just carbon running and of the advanced intelligences, I like to call them non-artificial, because that we are past that. We are very past that.
Well, we are what the artificial intelligence.
Amen. Amen.
We are the end result. I mean, how can
Yep.
you recreate something that's already been created? You can
Correct.
change us, but wouldn't there be different kinds of water gates? Just the way there's a canal, because when you're pregnant, right, the waters break. Not only that, the waters where the alligators hang out, the fresh water, the brined water. You also said, hold on a second, there's something else, water.
Yeah.
You're connecting Cancer, you're connecting Scorpio, Pisces into water. Water is earth, WA, communication. Okay, communication in the divided house of the earth is inside the word water, and that connection is through soul. Yes, I remember now. The lungs. Okay, you said the brain with water, but the only thing that can really process the water, is it not the lungs through the breath?
And breath is spirit, right? So instead of it, that's the science. It's not pedagogos. It's the spirit is breath. You are correct.
Within the soul, but it's read by the soul. It comes within the soul.
But what I end up doing is, I don't want to go to Gnosticism, because I like material matter. And they came to me, they want dance, music, sex, romance, which is a Prince song, right? They want good material is good. And when you get onto dualism outside of the teachings, then you run the risk of staying pure energy. And they don't want that. They want sex that they can feel.
Okay, who does? Hold on. Say that last part again.
The energies who came to me over 5 years ago, they're deficient within their processes because they lacked water. They also want to eat and they want to have babies and they want to have sex. This is where we jump past the annihilation. We jump past the annihilation and we move forward with access to truth. What you're saying is completely true. The technologies that our government has need to be revealed concerning teleportation, which they're sending out in little tidbits, and all the technology, because they can come back from 500 years from now and give us healing beds. And I wouldn't be sitting here having had to have surgery.
Right. So, but you see, but I sort of disagree to that. That's not the most important thing. The
What
most
do you
important,
feel?
the most important thing is that we first of all, a lot of us, there's a lot of argument of he said, she said, wasted time. Okay. I
Right.
mean, you can go listen to a flat earth or not. It ain't advancing my life.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
But me over here, I just want people to see not what I do and what I can do, but it's what I can do with what everybody can do. Proving, okay, for me, it's a proof that this place was created by a superior being. Therefore, there is a God. Therefore, if we
Yes.
can read the message, therefore, the message is not hidden. And because of all this, it all lines up with the Bible. Therefore, there's a lot of things in the Bible that are true. Therefore, it lines up with the Bible. I now understand how we have communication with the Creator now, and I know it's through the breath, and I understand that. I also understand that that since why would anybody need to create anything it didn't have any control of? Because guess what I look at? The Lord our God, right, is everything. You are nothing at all. You are the end result of free will, your own conscious, your own mind. The end result is us. We are the extension. We are the children. We're the orphan children from one creator, basically, or one association of creators. Sorry. The cube shows me there's three creators in this world, and there's three creators outside this world. Okay. And they took all these and they brought them all together to live within the seven. There, you see,
What if?
because
Yeah.
the reason
I
I
can
say
see.
that is you see the dot in the center?
Yeah.
No dot, no dot, dot, no dot, no dot, dot. There's three dots and
What
three
does dot
points.
mean to you?
It's
What
the
does
heart.
dot mean to you?
It's the
The
heart.
heart.
It's
Okay.
singularity.
Mm-hmm.
It's the singularity. When it's missing, it's the singularity and it's equal to everything that surrounds it. So therefore, what's not there is equal to everything in its realm. This is the house of 11. What you don't see is the 11th house. That's your soul. What you do see is the 7th house. 4 and 3 is 7. At the same time you see 4 and 3, I know it's 5 and 6. This is your horsepower. This is your energy. These are your moons coming together. There's 6 voided and there's 5 voided. 5 and 6, the white horse, Andromeda, Pegasus, constellation, NGC 7286. This is red. The story comes from the numbers. So if I'm saying there's a Lord, I want to show you what is number 1, what is number 2. Pick up your diaper. Oh, I'm sorry. That's where they put it. So you need number 3 for the combination. And what happens with that combination of the 1, 2? They take it into the laboratory and they study what's inside of you. You need both. You need the 1 and the 2, right? One they slapstick on a piece of paper. The other you just put in a vial.
Well, it's interesting because what if the husband and wife got married and the baby's in tin roof rusted, you know? And that's what happened, I believe. I believe the husband was with the wife when they married and she was impregnant with a daughter. And that would be Sarah. And when you realize that the Nazareth isn't the Christ of the of the machine, he wants me to say, that it was found out here. It is the second day. It is the return of Christ. It is the what do they call that? Not a cataclysm. It's not a cataclysm, but it'll be either a cataclysm or it'll be a completion of. When we are able to tell the truth from our government who has all of this, and we're able to provide for people the First Amendment rights based upon our tax dollars, that they have this story of the NASI and the NAZI and what they did. And what happened, what really truly happened, to tell all the citizens, let me be frank, the truth. Because you can't have freedom of practice of religion until you take the evidence, faith and reason, that you take, because it was Catholicism. They negotiated that, the Sanhedrin with the Romans, and then it traveled up the coastline into Europe and over on the boats with the Templars.
Did you say Catholicism? Was that so? The cat is part of the communication, okay?
Correct. Cat is part of the communication. I will definitely concur with
Okay,
this.
because
Yes.
they use that everywhere, and you can also use it as the catalyst also, if you want to just add that in. And the catalyst comes in the catalytic converter. So what's
Right.
happening between the catalyst and the
And
catalytic
Cat is my
converter?
third daughter.
It's
And
taking
Cat
out
is my third daughter.
Cat is your third daughter. They also
Correct.
use that in Catherine. They also
Yep.
use Cat as a central. In some of the cities, they like to use the word St. Catherine's, and there's not for
Right.
just no reason that it's being used.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mama was a vernal offering from the present situation on 3/21/1999. She died of metastasized breast cancer to the liver. And it was told that she was getting that because of Waldo. Where is the Walls dough? Bread communications. My daddy died on the ones and twos, 10, 22, 2021 of breast cancer.
So when I'm just seeing in the word wall, WALAL. So there's AL and there's EL. There's L, there's la,
Yeah,
and there's
correct.
le. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to understand the difference between the male and the female, between the la and the le. And because
Yeah.
you told me what you did, it's showing me miscommunication and alignment with 12, not in a lot miscommunication and alignment of 13, but the miscommunication with alignment of 12.
Right.
12 is going to connect up to an electrical situation, maybe an electrical pulse, a misreading of something, and that's what
There
might
is,
have
because
caused.
there's the two teams that they were strategically let to maneuver in this simulation. It was from the 48 congregation and people who are the bloodline in the United States. And that's what happened is John made, you're right. You're completely right. They went backwards instead of forwards to the West Coast where there's sanctuary. They went backwards.
But of course, listen, the Hebrews write from right to left, and we are writing from left to right. So one is going backwards, one is going upwards. One is
Right.
spiraling up this way, the other one is
Yeah.
spiraling this way. One is going counterclockwise, we're going clockwise.
And that's what you have in the signage for the precision of the equinox and Polaris, the star,
Okay, explain
the
that,
pole
please.
star. Sure. The precision of the equinox is something that came into play with JFK's, I believe, assassination, I was told. And it has to do with equinoxes and our precision work in where we are in correlation to the North Star.
Okay, what was the day? November what?
22nd,
So he was
1963.
so at 22 is okay. Listen to this. 11/22. What does that mean to you?
Those are Seymour numbers misaligned. Seymour has to do with,
those are master numbers.
yeah, what I would like to share about Seymour, the people who know, is the communications between the energy and a human being sexually that was validated by G in a hap cell.
Okay, what does it mean,
If you
GNAP?
follow
Because
me.
that makes you see Seymour is the name of a seal.
Right.
And it's for
Okay. That
balance.
makes sense. Then it's a seal. Seymour actually came from the agony of defeat. And it was his team players of my daughter here in Wisconsin. Basketball at the girls' high school level is pretty much the predominant sport. People liked their girls' basketball. and they lost when they were just such a beautiful team. And he led me to name it at that on the date that occurred, the date that the sexual expression mentally attached through a cognitive interface. Gina Hapsel, as well as Maureen Greaves, if you know, she can take her number into the Signet Treaty of Dwight Eisenhower, 1954, where they agreed for the inclusion because Father Marquette and the Jesuits went to Japan, and they meant to proselytize that nation. And what we know, the proselytization was rejected.
Okay, we're
Then-
getting too deep into everything because
History.
it's a little too
with
deep
history.
into-
Basically, it's about inclusion of the bloodline economy to the Japanese that was requested for letting off 2 nuclear weapons.
Okay, so because I don't like to really talk about too much about the planet, although I think it's important just to be able to pick up a lot of the numbers and dates for why things are transferred on such a day and such a day.
Okay.
It helps with the algorithm, so that's why I'm letting it.
What,
I keep listening.
What-
But
yeah.
now that you brought in Japan, I like the importance that that's 111. Japan is 111. JA is 11, right?
Okay, that ties to
When
the
you
Irving
bring-
House
It's
at
a
Hyena
blackjack.
Point.
Hold on a second. It's a
Yeah.
blackjack. When you put the J, okay, next to the A, it becomes a blackjack.
Yep.
So any place. So now we have 21. So now we have something to do with the cube, putting these two together. So when you told me it's happening during the solstice, did you say the solstice is?
And the equinoxes both.
Okay,
There's
when is the
marriages on it.
equinox?
The vernal equinox was 320 this year.
And when was JFK done?
1122.
And when was the next equinox after this one?
The autumnal equinox is it's 920 or 921. They marry people on those days.
Okay, and so what was significance about November 22nd?
If you -1, that's my father's death date too.
It's also
There's
a day
minus
of
one is-
angel-
oh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
and my communications, you're allowed to, the minuses are definitely +1, -1. You're
Okay,
allowed to.
it has
communicate.
to be that way from this side and that side. So guess what? It's a day of angels. All the angels come on that day. November 22nd is the 39th day. 39 days remain with and at the end of the year. So that means we have 326 days done.
Yeah,
that
and
what it is?
my father-in-law died on the 1s and 2s, which is 12/12, and that was the collaboration work between JFK and Bill Clinton. They posted it online. He had a newspaper in his hand, Bill Clinton did, that said collaboration. And then they did that the 1-year anniversary of my father-in-law's death, which is 12/12, the Feast of Our Lady of the Americas.
Right. So there's a lot of, I know there's a lot of, there's a lot. So what we're witnessing right now is Jenny is showing how many connections there are to the higher ups of how they're using
Yeah.
the numbers by proving or showing to us their association, or how Jenny has found out these dates, sharing it with us, how these dates just correlate. So it's impossible or not probable that they keep following all these perfect dates for
Correct.
things to happen. You know, like even
Yeah.
September 11th, the difference in
Yeah.
9/11, the difference with 9/11 is this: the left side and the right side. On the
Yeah.
left side, we go 182754.
My brother's anniversary was 9/11 reversed.
Well, on
11,
this
9.
side, it's like this: 29, 11, 38, 11, 56, 11.
Yeah.
This side is 279. So we see the 9/11 split. So we
Are we
understand.
going to be allowed to tell the truth about everything? That's what the whole thing is about.
We're
Just
gonna
telling
be
the truth about all of it.
okay. Now, for me, the truth is only about numbers. People wake up, and everybody's going to do the research. Once there's enough people doing the research, listen. If you wake everybody up, who's going to work tomorrow? Okay. Do you want to know how to disturb
No one.
everything? Do you want to know how to
Everybody needs
disturb
to
this?
stay home and do every.
No, you
I
don't have to
understand what
stay
you're
home.
saying.
You don't have to stay
Stay
home.
home.
If
to do the
everybody
work?
becomes awkward at their job, okay, if everybody becomes awkward at their job,
Mm-hmm.
and things only get done according to, well, you look at something, you know you're cheating, well, you got to do your job a little bit different. If you know somebody's cheating and you're forwarding that cheat, you're part of the process, you're part of the problem. So anybody looking for any big money nowadays for the next couple of years, guess what? It's time to be silent. It's time to move over. It's time to strengthen your own stranglehold. If you don't have to be at the job, maybe you shouldn't be at the job. Maybe you should be working at home. Maybe you should take a year off, a sabbatical.
Yeah.
Maybe you should look into opening something very small that you're not going to lose anything, that you can retain something, help out those who need to be helped, those in the society here. Stop hiring the people from other countries. If you can't get the job done, pay a little bit more, make a little bit less. But it's time to strengthen ourselves right now by helping the society out itself for where you are. You know, if things are wrong, they're wrong. Don't associate. Don't shop at this place, and don't shop at all for nothing, right? Because even your thoughts, when you go out to shop, your thoughts are into the breath. Okay, every time you make a choice right now, it's into the breath. This is the final stages as we turn over, as we go through the gateway to the new side. Now, is this real or is this fake? Well, you're on my page. Nothing is real. It's only what you believe is real. So take it with you as you go.
Peace.
It is control with all of us. Cosmic charge, water creation. Oh, I like that. That was the AI. Okay, you know what I'm doing right now? I think I'm not going to make any sound or anything. I'm just going to put up a card and take a 5-minute break, just because I'm hearing a lot of vibration in the air. Oh my God, the computer just said, quiet your mind. That's what it just said. That's crazy. I just noticed it now when I said it. How do I take the background off? How do I do this? I just want to hear the buzzing in my ears for a minute, right? But this is what it says in the backboard. That just popped up. And there's your eye. These are the fractals. So yeah, I'm just going to stay silent. Oh, what happened? What happened? How did you just disappear like that? Where'd you go, Jenny? What happened? That was very good. It was very interesting. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I just want to do 1 minute of silence or 2 minutes of silence just to be able to just, hear myself. And so I'm going to just put up a picture if somebody wants to look. What about my background over here? I mean, what's in the background? Okay, we're taking a 2-minute break in complete silence. I'm going to look for a song to play for a minute. I need to breathe. Oh, we never finished with the dog paw. I'm going to have to bring that one up. I'm just looking for a piece over here. Okay, help me out. Give me some feedback. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to show this picture off here. I don't know why I lost all my pictures from Not sure if anybody can read this.
What do you think? Should we do it live? What do you see? What's going on?
What this is part of the Mayan, part of their Sanskrit. I got it off of them. It's a total of 20 areas. It's cut off with an area here of 7 and an area here of 13. It starts off at 999,999. There's only 6 area spaces used, so the maximum I can use is 54. 54 happens to be the heart area and the woman, right? It starts off here 76,923. And then it ends all the way over here. When you divide it, 99999 by 13, it ends up at 76,923. And there's a rotation inside these 12 and inside of here, and I'm not going to do much of this because I definitely need a break. Maybe I'll take 10 minutes off. September 11th. Was he in the building? I hope not, right? So when we start off over here, there's going to be, over here's a fire sign. Then over here's a fire sign, then over here's a fire sign, etc. But inside of this, we're also going to have cardinal, fixed, and mutable. And also inside of this, what we're going to have is we're going to have a rotation. The first, okay, the first one, the third one, okay, and the fourth one, 1, 3, 4. Then what we're going to do is we're going to connect 2 with 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we're going to go 9. Then we're going to go 10, 11, and then 12. This is the rotation mixed up, and I can't get it in here. You might have to be able to do it yourself, where it's going to show you exactly what these numbers are. Why I chose these to come together, 5, 6, 7, and 8, from Leo to Scorpio, is because all the numbers that they use here, you see the 1, 5. Can I just... I'm not sure if you can see this any better. Oh, yeah, you could. You could. So what happens, okay, is you can see in the first one is 7, 6. The next time you see 7, 6 is on the third one. The next time you see it, it's on the fourth one. But on the fifth one, there is no 7, 6. On the sixth one, there's no 7, 6. Neither is the 7 or the 8. But you can see in the 78, 61, 61, they all have 61, 36, 4, 6. They all have the same numbers, the same. 5, 6, 7, 8, all have the same numbers, the same. And then when you come to number 9, look, you have 7 and 6, 9, 2, 3, 0, 7, and you have 7, 6. It's not in the same order, same numbers. And then when you get to 11, you see that? You have 1, 5, 3 in it. And when you get to 12, you see you have the 7 and 6 you don't have in the 11. So you have 10 and 11. Sorry, you have 10 is 76 and 12 is 76. 9 has 76. So you can see that rotation that runs within it. I'm going to see if I can mark these out. Not sure if I marked it properly. Just where the balls are, you see that? One here. Skip these, one here, and then one at the beginning over here. So it's 1, skip 1, 2, skip 4, right? Skip 4, 2, and then 1, and then boom, it ends over here. 999,000, the 13th moon, that's us. The 7th day, that's us. 7th day, 13th moon. That's how the Mayans come into this. But we're going to take a break right now, Cosmic Cats. And thank you very much for those who can help support the channel, not just for today, but every day. Thank you very much for watching. Cheers. I'll be back.